This time I'll call the June 2nd, 2025 York County Council meeting to order. First of all, I want to welcome everyone who's in attendance here tonight. We always appreciate having so many folks who come out and take an interest in county business. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay, good deal. I got the thumbs up in the back. The first item is for invocation and pledge of allegiance, and I'm going to stand for that. When all else fails, the best prayer gives, the one that I found in Matthew 6, 9 through 13. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Looks like we have one oath of office tonight. This is an opportunity where we get to thank folks who sign up to do a job for free, and they rarely get thanked, and sometimes they get criticized and they get complained about, so we really do appreciate our community. I hope I don't scare this person away. But we do have Whitney Kovas, who is with the Board of Disabilities and Special Needs for District 2. If you'll come forward, and our county attorney will meet you at the front of the podium. This is a very important board for us because they help to work with the state board in providing services for our special needs community, and we're very thankful for the work that you do, and we appreciate you being willing to serve on a volunteer basis. Thank you very much. We do have a special event tonight, and my understanding is that the individual who is okay. I'm going to recognize our Sheriff Breeden, who is going to help us recognize Tanya Bennett, who for her service with York County. I understand she may be running a few minutes late, but would you like for me to turn the podium on, or we can wait a few minutes and then we can turn it over?
I don't need it, but no, we just wanted to recognize Tanya Bennett. She's an SRO with us for over 20 years. She was at Castle Heights for that 20 while with us. And I've only known 2 SROs that have been that long in this county, and John Aiken and her have been that long as SROs. And to be an SRO at one school, especially in middle school that long, is pretty challenging. And when you look at the number of administrators that come in, and she had her actual retirement with us Friday. She had a significant number of former students, a lot of staff come, and a lot of people that she had interacted with over the years. And that's pretty rare at a law enforcement retirement. It's normally just people that want to get out of office for a little while from these big time. She did have a significant number of those people that she interacted with. And we were fortunate that she had 2 of our kids in her school. And you know my thoughts on the SROs. I'm more worried about my kids in the bathroom or in the cafeteria than I am on agencies. You have an SRO that's plugged in out of school and has relationships, big things can't happen. And we just wanted to take that moment to recognize her. Not really sure what happened. May have already went to the beach, don't know. But, we did want to recognize her and thank the council very much for acknowledging our deputy retired. So we just wanted to take that moment and thank all of y'all that allow us to do what we do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I know as someone who went to Castle Heights, And middle school, I think that's all that you say if you've been there that long. You must really have a heart for it, to have stuck with it that long. And I hope that she makes it, and we'll certainly recognize her if she walks in the door. But Sheriff Breeden, we appreciate those kind words, and we certainly do appreciate the work that Ms. Bennett has given, and that we wish her well in her retirement. We move now to our public forum session. This is an opportunity where individuals can come and speak to the council. It's not a chance for us to go back and forth. We don't ask you questions. You have an opportunity to address the council. The council felt like this was an important part of our business to open this up, to hear from individuals. There are some rules that, in order for us to continue to conduct business, number one, it's up to the first 15 folks that sign up, and you're given 2 minutes, and we do have a lot of work to do here at council. So what I would ask you to do is, when I call your name, if you'll come forward, give your name and your address before you start speaking, and then your time will start. And if you'll pay attention to the screen, it will tell you when your 2 minutes up, so that I don't have to. And I would very much appreciate it if you would recognize that before I have to cut you off. One of those southern things I hate doing, cutting people off. If you would also keep your comments to things that are germane to something that council is addressing. Please keep your, we don't have an opportunity to go back and forth or to share individual, so we ask that you keep the individual comments opposed. If you're here with a group and you want to, instead of, what I've found is that some folks will get up and a lot of people agree, and sometimes you get a lot of clapping, and that sounds good, but then there's somebody who has their own opinion, and some folks will boo or say things. So we ask no comments, no clapping, and no booing for anybody. If you'll speak your comments, and then if there is a group here that you are standing with, if you'll ask for them to be recognized and they can stand up, then I think that's a good way to keep decorum in the meeting for us to move forward. We do have several public hearings tonight, so if there is an item that you are here to speak about that is about public hearing, I would really ask, and I may encourage you to move to your comments to that portion of the agenda. And the reason why is because that's how we're going to track where your comments are as the record is created here. So if you are here about a public hearing item, instead of speaking at the 2 minutes, we would ask that you speak at the public hearing item. All right, let's get started. First individual up is Jim Bradford.
We'll wait till the public hearing later on.
Thank you, sir. All right, Frank Jernak.
Sorry about that. Good evening, Council. My name is Frank Jernak. My wife and Nancy and I live at 2591 Lower Assembly Road in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I'm here today to voice my strong and informed objections to the location and building of the Seifeld plant here in Fort Mill. I learned about this plant 3 weeks ago, and I felt compelled, so much so that I became involved in a group of individuals who are concerned about that. I am a retired engineer with 42 years of experience in both light and heavy industrial manufacturing plants. Without a doubt, to me, this is a heavy industry. I have worked with pyrophoric materials and hydrofluoric acids that are used in the operation, and from my experience, I know the dangers that are present. Xylene gas is pyrophoric that will either spontaneously ignite upon exposure to air or form an unpredictable vapor barrier explosion. There is a risk of significant explosion from the 23,000 pounds of xylene gas at this site or on our roads by regular deliveries. Hydrofluoric acid is an extremely dangerous acid. Its toxicity can affect the entire body, not just the areas of exposure. At some point when you were all sworn into office, I would expect that you might have heard and used the words preserve, protect, and defend. Now is your chance to put those words into action. Please do what is necessary to stop the construction of the Seifeld facility in its current light industrial area. Protect our citizens from dangers of these chemicals. Defend them when they have serious concerns. Preserve the environment with the right decisions you are empowered to make. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, sir. John Worth.
Hi. My name is John Worth. I live at 731 Amberley Crossing in Fort Mill. I have over 40 years' experience in engineering and manufacturing operations. As a result, I call things as I see them. Unfortunately, the recent press release fell short of building public trust. There were several inaccuracies which need to be addressed. No court has rendered a ruling on the validity of Silfab's permits. The case was stayed pending the outcome of Silfab's appeal of the BZA decision. The release stated that the EPA and South Carolina DES have determined the activities conducted by Silfab to be safe. This misconstrues what EPA and DES do. They review the design for emissions and wastewater systems and determine if compliance to standards can be achieved with Silfab's data. Emissions will still occur. Malfunction, accidental release, proximity to schools and residences, or reduced efficiency over time are not part of the review. Compliance does not guarantee safety. The central question was not addressed. The BZA ruled solar panel manufacturing is not allowed in a light industrial zone. This council decided to not implement the ruling. The litigation, which is often used to avoid commentary, emerged due to this lack of action. Also, the release implied the USC results were unreliable since KG funded the effort. This is insulting to the team at USC and unfounded in fact. The analysis was not steered to a conclusion. We sought an independent analysis to arrive at a conclusion dictated by the facts. Silfab, hardly a disinterested party, used exactly the same tool but selected different settings. Had USC concluded health risk was minimal, it would have been reassuring to the public. The fact that USC study informs greater risk is an inconvenient truth. Clearly, the issue must now be litigated. While not our objective, we look forward to that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. William Perkins. Thank you, sir. David Matthews. The rezoning you have is public hearing? Okay. Yes, sir. It's either Sherry or Shenny Matthews. I'm sorry, well, okay. Susan Gillum.
Hello, my name is Susan Gillum. I live at 548 Spring Landing Drive. Council members, a few months ago, you requested participation data from Rock Hill's recreation programs for your study, then claimed the numbers didn't make sense. I obtained those same numbers directly from the Rec Commission, and I think it's worth asking, did you actually review the data yourselves? In 2024, Rock Hill's recreation program served 9,490 participants across 710 programs. Here's what the data revealed. The BMX and Velodrome programs, 366 of them, had 3,145 participants, only had 304 Rock Hill participants. The rest were 2,841 participants from unincorporated areas. That's 90% of unincorporated users. In the therapeutic program, like Miracle League, which my son participates in, and therapeutic rec programs, they served 913 participants, 402 were Rock Hill residents, while 511 came from unincorporated areas. Even in youth tennis, out of 183 participants, only 29 lived in Rock Hill, while 154 came from unincorporated areas. Across nearly every program category, unincorporated residents make up the majority of participants. These aren't Rock Hill residents getting a free ride. These are unincorporated residents funding and using the very programs this tax was designed to support. The current system works exactly as intended. Unincorporated residents pay for programs they actually use, while city residents fund their own municipal recreation through city taxes. Why would we abandon a targeted user-pay system that's worked for 20 years in favor of expanding a government and creating new bureaucracy? The data proves this isn't about fairness, it's about maintaining a fiscally responsible system that serves the people who pay for it without government overreach. I urge you to table this change until you can review these numbers carefully and develop a solution that doesn't impose an unfair tax burden or create bureaucratic stipend programs to fix a
Thank you,
problem that
ma'am.
doesn't exist.
Thank you, ma'am. Jason Gillum?
Good evening. My name's Jason Gillum at 548 Spring Landing Drive. I need to address two serious problems with the proposed recreation tax stipend program that raise concerns about fiscal responsibility and good governance. First, the eligibility restrictions violate the principle of equal treatment under law. This council has indicated that only unincorporated residents would be eligible for stipends. But when government collects taxes, it has an obligation to treat all taxpayers equally. That's a fundamental principle of fair governance. Consider school taxes. We all pay them, so we all have equal access. The same principle must apply here. If you collect taxes countywide to fund stipends, then excluding people based on where they live violates equal treatment. City residents would be paying into a program they're automatically disqualified from. Second, this decision appears to be based on incorrect information. I've heard council members repeatedly claim this was originally just for youth sports and that cities moved away from that purpose. The current ordinance, section 35-170, states, and I quote, "The recreation tax district is created and established for the purpose and function of providing recreation services in or for the residents of the unincorporated area of the county." End quote. The ordinance clearly states recreation services, not just youth athletics. If the justification for this change is that the original purpose was only youth sports, but your own ordinance contradicts this, what other assumptions about the decision might need to be reconsidered? Should we pause and get the facts straight before moving forward with a major policy change? If you move forward with the stipend program, there's only one fair solution. Include support for all county residents, regardless of where they live, and expand eligibility beyond just youth athletics to include programs for disabled residents and seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alicia, I think it's Paris.
Hi, I'm Alicia Paris from 5015 Burnwald Court in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I'm standing here tonight not just as a concerned parent, but as a voice for thousands of Fort Mill residents who have been ignored, dismissed, and misled. Let me be clear. This is not a fight against economic development. This is a fight for the safety, health, and future of our children and our community. What York County has allowed to unfold with SILFAB is nothing short of a betrayal of trust. SILFAB, a solar panel manufacturing company handling hazardous chemicals like silane, hydrofluoric acid, and phosphorus oxychloride, is being allowed to operate just feet from our schools, separated only by a fence. Yes, a literal fence is all that divides our kids from potentially life-threatening industrial operations. 3 of my children will attend Flint Hill Middle School in 2026, and the new elementary school you are allowing to open is even closer. The proximity is not just irresponsible, it's outrageous. In May of 2024, the York County Board of Zoning Appeals unanimously ruled that solar panel manufacturing is not allowed in a light industrial district. That should have been the end of the story. But instead of enforcing the law, York County unelected bureaucrats chose to defy it. Let's talk facts. The original zoning verification letter wasn't even signed by the proper zoning administrator. The letter clearly stated SILFAB must comply with all York County codes, yet they never sought a change or use of variance. York County Council approved a tax incentive FILA in a narrow 4-3 vote, trying to frame it as a green light, even though it has nothing to do with zoning legality. Construction permits were issued after the BZA ruling, a blatant violation of the law. SILFAB has no legal argument, no stated error in the BZA's decision, and still they continue their appeal, all while building a facility next to our children. To make matters worse, a neutral risk assessment from the University of South Carolina found that over 53,000 people could be affected by a spill, most likely to occur during a chemical transfer at the site. The EPA has not signed off on their risk management plan, and South Carolina DOT has only said that Highway 21 improvements should be completed first, but that hasn't happened either. Your county, your silence is complicity. Your inaction is dangerous, and you have the power and the duty to stop this now. This could lead to catastrophe. I'm going to end it with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Andy Clinton?
Good evening. Andy Clinton, 2741 Oakhurst Drive, Rock Hill, South Carolina, 29732. Here to talk real briefly because I think it's going to be on y'all's agenda a little bit later on as far as York County ATAX. I believe spoken to many of you about this, but just want to make sure it's top of mind as far as because you guys will see there's going to be an increase as far as the York County ATAX, and that's from what happened through the state ATAX where the unincorporated properties at Carowinds were once reporting to the town of Fort Mill, but are now reporting correctly to York County unincorporated ATAX, which is great. That means more accommodations tax for York County, but it does present as far as our budget. We will go down because this past year we were at 136,000 from Fort Mill, and that will now be at 58,000. It was percentage based, and that total amount from Fort Mill ATAX will go down. So just want to provide that as far as some clarity as far as our budget as well. When you evaluate our budget, it will go, Fort Mill will go down, but that money, it's not disappearing. It's basically going from those Fort Mill properties that are on Carowinds. That tax money is now going to York County accommodations tax. So that's where I would hopefully like that to level out. Hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity and makes some sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Greg Cannon? Okay. That concludes our public hearing. We appreciate folks coming out and speaking. I will say, as I do every time, that there are speakers that come and speak about something. SILFAB is in litigation, and that information and information related to that is set forth in statements released by the county. Do we have a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Motion to approve and a second on consent agenda. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, consent agenda is approved unanimously. Our first public hearing item is council to hold a public hearing and consider second reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 155 zoning code, subchapter B, zoning districts, to update the list of protected areas in the transportation corridor preservation overlay to reflect the latest pennies for progress referendum and to remove completed projects from overlay applicability, to provide for a public hearing and to provide for other matters relating thereto. Mr. Buono.
Yes, good evening, members of council. So the preservation overlay, or the TCPO, is the shorthand for that, was first created in 2000, and it's really common sense. It's intended to have property owners that might have road frontage on funded projects. So these are not long-term projects that might be 20, 30 years down the road, but these are funded projects that are going to be in the near term, that there would be an additional setback. So they're not building brand-new structures in what's going to imminently become right-of-way. So here's the language straight from ordinance. No new building structures or facilities shall be constructed, added on to, expanded into that preservation corridor. So that's the additional setback. And this is only temporary. So when the new right-of-way line is established through the course of that project, the biggest example being a Penny's project, then that property owner can proceed forward with any plans to put new buildings or expansions onto the property. There's also an opportunity to have a dialogue with the planning department, engineering department, to talk about a pressing need for an expansion, to take a look at, on a case-by-case basis, whether a proposed building location would have any bearing on an upcoming project. So here's the list that's being proposed to be updated in the code. So this update would remove any of the Penny's projects that are completed. So those zoning overlay lines would go away from GIS online and be culled down to just the remaining projects from the earlier iterations of Penny's. So those are the only ones that are left on that list to complete. And then it would add all of the projects from Penny's 5 with the listed corridor preservation limits in there. So for example, when you see 100 feet, that says from the center line, the total project width. So it's 50 feet on either side of center line. And just in terms of what that looks like, this is that GIS layer of the overlay on our GIS online. So that shaded hatching that's going through the Fort Mill Parkway, so that's the intersection of Highway 21, Sutton, and Spratt. So all of that there is showing the width of that overlay. So it's just an additional setback on road frontage. Importantly, this overlay only could be enforced on unincorporated parcels. So for example, you see this parcel right here, it's actually part of the town of Fort Mill, and this corner here as well. So that overlay, while it's shown across the property line, York County would not enforce that. So staff recommends approval of this text amendment. It implements the comprehensive plan as an initiative to do exactly this, to update the overlay for these roadway projects. It certainly furthers the strategic plan goal. Strategy 1A, to manage and structure land use codes as evolving documents. Here we have evolving policy, we have evolving projects, so we need to update our codes accordingly. And this amendment is a good example of best practice of community planning, right? We want to save both property owners and the government money when we're doing widening projects. We're not wasting effort and funds when we're talking about both widening and structures on private property. By a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval.
I'm sorry. Any questions for staff before we open the public hearing? Thank you, Jonathan. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? When you come forward, if you please give your name and address.
Hey everyone, Scott Kokenauer, 122 West Oak Street in the beautiful Whiteville Park neighborhood of downtown Fort Mill. This is a great week, had a great weekend in York County, Fort Mill, and the week started out great. So fortunately, I was able to come down 77, and because of traffic, I decided to take the Tepper Bridge, the Panthers Bridge. And for that overlay, we had a oval design, and then the last reading, we actually picked out tax partial numbers for the third reading. That got changed on the Friday before the Monday meeting and everything along that line. But that is a great example of announce a road and build it. Don't announce it and wait 22 years and still tie up people's property, like the Penny's 2 things there. Came down to Eden Terrace, went by Miracle Park, great expansions. Drove by Winthrop, hit the corner of Main Street and Heckle Boulevard, and this was before your time, or a lot of y'all's time, 1988. I had Dale Dove for business law at Winthrop, Bob Brakefield for CPA law, 1 and 2, and there was a house, 2-story house, when Heckle was being built. They chopped that sucker in half because that property owner has rights. He left the furniture in it and he lived in the back of it. So y'all remember, property owners in the state of South Carolina have vested rights. The 4th Amendment gives us those rights, and the 14th Amendment gives us those rights. So we have vested rights, and South Carolina holds those up even more. That map that was up here earlier, the overlay for Penny's 4. My property is about 2,100 feet from that, so my property was never included on a Penny's 4 overlay, but of course it was included in a Penny's 4 design. So I am fortunate, very fortunate, that I found out that York County will not be imposing this on me. That Fort Mill, the town of Fort Mill, has been asked to impose this overlay on me. So by what's the term for that? Regulatory rights. my property with the setback, I will not be able to build a second building on it. So by regulatory rights, I will be serving the town of Fort Mill, processing this on them, not on York County and not on SCDOT, based off my regulatory rights in the state of South Carolina. So I am very pleased to deal with the town of Fort Mill versus the other two entities along that line. I do have some concerns about how we're notified people. The newspaper is so outdated, I think it's time for us to look at different methods to do that. We do a great job with social media. There was 0 social media comments from York County, and this is affecting thousands or hundreds, maybe 1,000 property owners in the county, and there was no social media efforts made along that line. There is South Carolina Code Law 6-29-67 that says signs must be posted. There is believe it or not, there is a South Carolina DOT right-of-way acquisition handbook that's about 529 pages long. There's comments in there about when you impose rights on people's properties, signs need to be posted, letters need to be mailed to property owners, and none of this was done, to my understanding, in any of this process. So I really don't feel like we've informed our landowners of their rights of what's going to be restricted from them along that line. So on another good note, my property was approved in 2007. Planning Commission approved my second building about 3 months ago. So I am in final design phase with my building, and we are about ready to pull some permits and get cranked up on that one for everybody. So I've got 3 tenants already interested in it. Fortunately, youth athletics is a big part of what I'm looking for, and so I think I'll be able to find one of those tenants for where we'll be able to have some youth athletics stuff in there too. So thank you for your time. Oh, I do ask you to table this item and let staff work through it and everything along that line, but I think tabling would be the best thing to do with this item. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Motion to close public hearing? Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Move to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, so I do have a little bit of question here on this one here. So Jonathan, in regards to this motion here that we have, the access of right-of-way, so when we deem this as access of right-of-way, if, say, for example, somebody has 10 acres of land and they need to divide it into 2 5-acre lots, but we have right-of-way that we've pulled off of them based on our requirements, are we still we're matching the fact that they originally owned that 10 acres of land, so they can still apply to get, say, for example, 2 homes on it? I'm just using that as an example. But the point is that when we're pulling, if somebody has originally purchased property that could be zoned, whether it's 5 1-acre lots on 5 acres or whatever it may be, and we pull those right-of-ways away from them, are we still going to uphold them to say that originally you had this 5 acres or this 10 acres?
No, so when you have property that gets added to right-of-way, it's taken out of the individual deeded property. So whenever you have lot area, the total area is not going to include property that becomes part of new right-of-way. Not every project includes new right-of-way along the corridor. In a lot of cases it does, but not every case. But very commonly when folks are looking to do something and a public project has come through, whether it's a transportation project or whether some land was needed for some other type of project, that is really perfect grounds to ask for a variance, that I had land, the government came in and used it for public purpose, but for that, I would have enough to do what I want to do. So that's a very easy variance application for a lot of people.
Right, and I know the variance process, but I thought that we were looking at a stipulation where we can expedite that variance in a situation where there was a shortfall because of the right-of-way that was taken from that land.
Yeah, the Planning and Zoning Committee talked about right-of-way and lot area during their meetings, and they decided not to recommend any changes for that.
Okay. Well, it's something I do want to bring up to staff, that we do relook at that. I think that's critical for landowners, so, thank you.
So we didn't go with the oh so close, let's grant them the variance that,
So there is that new ordinance that council just passed
Yeah.
a few weeks ago that was added, so that would be available as an option for
And-
some
Well,
developers.
that's,
and I think that'll come into play on what Tom was just
yeah,
mentioning.
that's
That's a
what I
good
was-
point, yes.
Yeah,
Right.
because if they lose a couple feet
Right,
and fall short of what the black and white says you need, staff has the fortitude to say, you're close enough, we can go ahead and grant this and do it. And with the fact that, hey, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, this road was widened and you took some of my, I think our staff should have that much common sense to be able to look back and apply the new rule that we put in. I'm glad I was on planning commission, not the planning commission, but the planning committee, planning and zoning. They kind of talked about this last year, and good to see that. Now, this is a real live example. If the
Yeah.
road gets widened,
yep,
someone falls short of a 7, 8, 10 feet, we can use the oh so close rule, and keep in mind that we did come in and widen the road back in 2027, 2030, whenever it happens. So I think that's when that can come into play. and It'll
Yeah, the
address.
administrative
Well, and-
adjustments is, that number is 10%, so that's oh so close and just a little bit more than
Yeah.
that, so it should be
Right.
comfortable for a lot of these
well, and I
projects.
think that's something we need to make sure we're letting the public know of, because again, that's a critical change that was needed, so, yeah.
I have one more question for you. So when one of the gentlemen got up and spoke about the notification, so what is the legal process for notification so that everyone knows we did what we were supposed to do, whether we took extra or additional steps? What's the typical notification process?
Yeah, so the notification process is to advertise the public hearing in the newspaper. And in most cases, when you've got a rezoning property, that is what requires the posted notice. This is a little bit different. It's an overlay that has an additional setback. It's not rezoning property. So that is a little bit extra. There are some mailed notices that we do that's above and beyond statutory requirement. That's also limited to rezonings. So the notice that's required is a little bit less than a rezoning for this particular type of amendment.
Any other questions or comments? I fully support us finding a better way to provide more individualized notification. It does, on these types of things, that's not really what's before us today in the second reading. I would ask that staff take a look at that and come back prepared to us to help us understand what are some other routes that we can go with individualized notification. I think a lot of times when you look at these overlays, you can identify folks that are being impacted differently than others as well, and so.
Yeah, we did tabulate that. I think it's about 44 parcels total.
34?
44.
44? Yeah, I mean, I think the expense on sending out personalized notification would certainly be justified, and I would support increased notification. Obviously, that's not before us. The only issue before us is whether or not to approve this plan. But I would ask for some feedback on that before third reading, at least for my vote. Any other comment? All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item number 2, council to hold a public hearing and consider second reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 155 zoning code, Subchapter B, zoning districts, to increase the maximum allowed building height for data center use, provided that rear and side setbacks are increased, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters related thereto. Do we have any information from staff or?
Apologies. I was following up with Mr. Hamilton. Could you repeat the question?
We've moved now to the public hearing item on the increasing the.
Yes. Thank you. So data centers are currently allowed in the light industrial, and business and technology park districts. The BT district is a special district. We don't actually currently have any of those in the county. It is a district that is allowed, however. Maximum building height in those districts are 50 for light industrial, 60 for industrial, and the BT district is special, so that's approved on a case-by-case basis by county council through the rezoning process. The company Quality Technology Services, or QTS, they're proposing a new data center campus on property that is zoned industrial near the intersection of Hands Mill Highway and Campbell Road. So the company stated to the county that 60 feet is not sufficient to accommodate their data center campus, given the contemporary technology that's emerging around data centers. They need additional height to accommodate their proposed campus at that location. So the proposed amendment here is simply that paragraph that's at the bottom of this screen here. It's simply to add a specific use description for what the height is for data centers. And there's a trade-off in here that regardless of zoning district, you could go up to 80 feet in height for a data center, given that you would provide 2 feet of additional side and rear setback beyond the minimum for the zoning district for each 1 foot of additional height over the maximum for that district. So that's a lot of word salad. So to better explain it, here's an example. So you have an 80-foot high proposed data center in the ID district. So given the district maximum is 60 feet, you have 20 feet of additional height above the maximum that you are requesting. So you would need to provide 40 additional feet of side and rear setbacks to trade off distance so that you're not impacting your neighbors with the additional height. So in this example, the side and rear setbacks in industrial are 10 feet when they're adjacent to non-residential properties. So that would make that setback become 50 feet. And then when they are adjacent to residential properties, that becomes 30 feet. So you add the 40, and now we're at a 70-foot total setback. So if you have a data center development that's coming in next to a residential property, they would need to set that building back 70 feet from the side property line. This amendment would not affect the front property line. Staff recommends approval of the amendment. It furthers the strategic plan, grow responsibly goal, again, referencing that language to manage and structure our land use codes that we're being flexible and evolving and adapting to growth and change. Here we have a change in technology, so we should be adapting to that industry need. But simultaneously, while we're adapting to new technologies, new emerging development patterns, we want to make sure that we're still mitigating any of the impacts. So here, the additional setbacks are mitigating the additional height. The amendment itself, 80 feet, is within the range of planning best practice for building height maximums. By a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval. They did have 2 additional recommendations that went along with that for County Council. They wanted you all to consider the implications of fire safety involved in additional building height here. And they also wanted you all to consider revising the code to allow this additional height through the special exception process rather than the current proposal.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for staff before we open public hearing?
Yes, just one question. So the parapet wall, would that be in addition to the 80 feet for the AC units and other items on the roof?
So there are several different rooftop inclusions that are excluded from the calculation of total height, and parapet walls are one of those.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so and that was along the lines of my question, but can you give me an example of what would be excluded, like air conditioning unit?
Yep, so, so rooftop mechanical equipment, as long as it's less than a quarter of the overall roof footprint, is exempted from height as well. Once you start to get beyond that number, really the bulk of the roof, you're adding additional height, so that's why it exempts only a certain amount. Things like elevator shafts, things like that are exempt from height calculation.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this proposal? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Scott Coker, 122 West Oak Street, beautiful Whiteville Park neighborhood of downtown Fort Mill. I'm for, like Andy said the other night, I think just making all LI 80 feet would be the correct way to do it. It'd take less effort from staff and everything. This is a version of spot zoning. It's a gray area, but it is a version of spot zoning, which is illegal in the state of South Carolina. So, but I do understand Debbie's comments about what we're dealing with in District 7 with that 80-foot height number in the LI code thing. But anyway, I think the 80-foot number for all LI would be the easiest or most appropriate thing to do right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dan Ballou, 417 Windsor Terrace, Rock Hill, counsel for QTS. I just want to clarify, this is not spot zoning. We're not dealing with an ordinance, particularly dealing with a particular piece of property. This is a text amendment to a category of use under the zoning code. And I just want to make sure the record's clear. This is in no way illegal spot zoning. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Those would include the 2 points. They're on the screen. Council consider the fire safety implications involved. Council consider revising the code to allow for the requested additional height through a special exception process.
Just going to add
Right.
to your motion.
As part of my original motion, correct.
Okay, great.
Mr. Roddy?
Question. This is a question for Mr. Kendry. Would this be considered spot zoning by legal?
No, sir, I concur with Mr. Ballou's comments to council.
All right, thank you. That's all.
All right, anyone else? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move down to our item number 3, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 25-12, tax map number 63900000153, to rezone from UD to LI, 3.8 acres in District 5.
Yes, this application to rezone property just under 4 acres from UD to LI is very straightforward request on Yorkshire Road, just on the east side of I-77. The applicant has an existing business here, and they're proposing to make this property conforming for trucking operations and vehicle repair use so that they can permit a new structure. The aerial is a little bit off there. They have all of their use on their property. So here the zoning map shows that the subject property is UD, as is the property on either side of it, but one parcel removed, there is a light industrial district property present. For the future land use designation, it's I-77 corridor employment, which is a match for IED. So staff recommends approval. This request is consistent with the future land use map. It eliminates the non-conforming status of the existing uses on the property, and it removes another parcel from the legacy UD district. And the Planning Commission, by a 6-0 vote, also recommends approval.
Any questions? Thank you, Jonathan. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion approves unanimously. Move now to item number 4, public hearing, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 25-13, 446000065, to rezone from GC to RUD, 0.68 acres in District 3. Mr. Bueno.
Yes, this location will look familiar to some of you on council from a previous rezoning request in this immediate vicinity a few years ago. This is to rezone a portion of this parcel, the south side of Highway 5, from GC to RUD. And that's to accommodate the Holler Estate subdivision that's being proposed on that larger parcel that's outlined in blue. That's the former McAfee manufactured home park there. So the area to be rezoned, like I said, is just 2/3 of an acre on the south side of Highway 5 there, just to accommodate that entrance. So here are the zoning districts in the area. RUD is the predominant district in the area, and certainly of the proposed residential subdivision. Future land use categories, rural residential here as well, so that certainly aligns with RUD. So here is the preliminary plat that was approved by Planning Commission. You can see that a little piece of red is the piece that's being proposed to be rezoned tonight to be added to that subdivision. Staff recommends approval. It's consistent with the comp plan and future land use map designation of rural residential. And it logically adds this little bit of acreage to the subdivision. Otherwise, it's unbuildable, unusable. By 6-0 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions for staff?
Jonathan, can you go back to the preliminary plat? This has been approved by the planning commission, right? This plat?
Yes, sir.
How many homes, I know that's not what we're here to vote. I just curious to know how many homes is
Yeah,
going
it's
to be.
just over 100.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah. Biggest thing is I'm approving it because it's just those little strips. But I want to bring up something about this because all of this that happened with this, like Jonathan said, we all should recognize this from several years ago, because originally this piece of land, the board was going to put a whole lot of trailers in here. And we got that shifted down. Then he was going to fix the original mobile home park was there. And in the process of cleaning it up and me getting it where he would fix what was originally there, which wasn't going to be but the original 70 houses. And it took him longer than he thought it would to get it cleaned up. And when he went back, then all of a sudden no longer was he grandfathered in. So he had no option. Well, I just want to make it clear to everyone, he bought the land, he owns the land, so he went with his as of right use. And as much as I hate it, and we don't need more houses on Highway 5, just like we don't need more on 161. But you can't stop a man from buying land, and you can't stop a man from selling land. But now this is what you got.
Thank you, sir. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to item number 5, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 25-15, tax map number 45700000012, to rezone from RSF 40 to AGC 10.72 acres in District 2.
Yes, this application is on Orman Road, includes more than 10 acres, being proposed to go from RSF 40 to AGC. The applicant here is proposing to allow for agricultural uses on the property. It is a fairly large property, and to construct a second dwelling there as well. So here is the zoning map. Property is currently RSF 40, as is all of the other parcels on Orman Road. However, it does abut on the rear and to the east, the AGC district. And the map looks very similar for the future land use designations, both rural residential along Orman and agriculture behind. So staff recommends approval of this rezoning. It is consistent with the comp plan and future land use map So technically, the property itself, the specific parcels within the rural residential designation, which does not align with AGC. However, when you're looking at future land use designations, they're not really designed to be parcel specific. And this property certainly does abut against that agricultural designation. And it is also up against the AGC district as well. And it's a property that's in excess of 10 acres. So the scale and the character of the proposed development here is consistent with the neighboring lots and surrounding area. And by a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Any questions? Thank you, Jonathan. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? If you'll come forward and give your name, please.
Everybody. I'm David Matthews at 688 Orman Road. I'm the neighbor of this property. And I did see, you know, the 6-0 approval by staff, but I just want to bring to everyone's attention that that piece of property and 11 others are part of a subdivision called the Farms. And it is in deed book 528, page 933. And there's about 21 different covenances, but, you know, the main ones are, it can only be subdivided into tracts of 5 acres or more, and the seller or purchaser has to also have the allowable amount of road frontage. And if you saw the picture, there was a very small amount, 100 feet of road frontage. So to put a second home on there, you know, it should have the allowable amount of road frontage for both, and should be able to be split into 5-acre tracts, not just made ag and, you know, hey, I'm putting a second home on here. The other part of it is also, it's exclusively set aside for residential and limited to business purposes. It's also remain a detached single-family dwelling, not to exceed 2.5 stories. There's other covenants on size. Limited business ventures does include livestock, farm products, nursery operations, so that's allowed, so I don't see the need to change it to ag. So all I'm asking is that, you know, it stays the same. It's been the same since 1979. We all bought property there, the majority of us, for this reason, right? We tried to get out of these cities y'all are talking about, you know, 100 homes going in here and everywhere else, and, you know, we have covenants to keep our property safe from that. So, you know, I want that to be recognized before this is just approved for ag. Like I said, it's a laundry list of other things in here, but it does have in here that a second dwelling is not allowed, only one single family on the property. And the last thing would be the restrictions are full force, effective period, and my understanding is the majority of the people in that subdivision would have to vote to change any of that. And there was a few years ago where we did have to vote. Somebody was wanting to split off an acre and build a second home. We were all allowed to vote on that and oppose it, and it didn't go through. So if nothing else, I'm asking for at least that. We want to keep everything intact as is, of course. As I said, we moved out for those reasons. There's also some landlocked property behind us that, you know, hey, I don't know, but if this gets opened up to ag, does that give right-of-ways to landlocked 90-plus acres? And then possibly a neighborhood going into that. Just, you know, those multitude of my concerns. Appreciate y'all listening. I can also provide a copy if y'all need that.
You can give it to Karen.
If you want to hand it to the clerk, and she'll make sure that the council gets a copy of that. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
So, just one question. The rezoning doesn't affect the restrictive covenants, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
I guess I was going to ask a similar question.
Yeah.
Which one takes precedence if you have a plat that states,
Covenants
You're the
will,
ruler.
covenants will run with the land. So they'll bind all owners and subsequent owners.
so if this is being done so someone can build a second dwelling, that covenant says no? And that would be.
We'd have to look at the specific covenants, but typically those that have rights, those who have rights to enforce the covenants can do so through a court action.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha.
Any other discussion?
Okay.
Actually, our public hearing is closed now. This is first reading. There are 2 other readings, and so reaching out to council members is certainly something that can be done in between now and then to get some clarification on any questions. Do we have any other discussion? Mr. Council?
Yeah, actually, I do. I guess I just got to ask one more question in regards to this. So when the second home's added, are we typically are we subdividing this out so they would be basically putting it up for sale? Or what is the understanding of this second home?
I believe the applicant has indicated on their application that they intend to build a second home on the existing lot without subdividing. Excuse me, and you can only do that in the AGC district.
Okay.
Now, this brings me to a conversation we had a couple months ago. We saw a small rash of people coming in who already had built a second home on the property, and now they were wanting to, whether it was to sell it off, remodel it, you know, and I said then, we can't keep putting ourselves in situations that's gonna lead back to build the second home, then you say 5 years later, well, now there's a need to get rid of that home.
Right.
Now you have to come back and subdivide it, because, hey, you know, I don't, my in-laws, or with family splitting up, or someone passed away, or I want to give it to my son so he can take over the mortgage. That bank's not going to give you that money if it's tied up all in one piece, so we're putting ourselves in a position where it's an emotional thing. Yeah, let's split it off, and now you got 2 pieces of property, which started out as one, so be mindful if we do this, because we just did this in my district. There was 2 homes on a piece of property. That family couldn't do anything with it because they wanted to either sell it, remodel it, but the bank is not going to loan any money on a piece of property that has 2 homes on it, but you only want money on one, but you tie the whole property up if you do it. So that comes with what we're about to do. So I'm just saying, be mindful that 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, it's probably going to land right back here with us splitting that property so it can have its own distinct property lines.
But would the covenants, the existing covenants restrict the subdivision of this? I know it allows the addition of the home, but.
We don't have those in front of us,
You
but we
don't
can
have-
look at that and
Okay.
answer that question for next reading.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move now to item number 6, right?
Yes.
Rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 25-16, tax map number 386000007 to rezone from RSF 40 to AGC 14.49 acres in District 2. Mr. Bueno.
Yes, this request on Johnson Road covers about 14.5 acres. The request is to go from RSF 40 to AGC. Here, the applicants are part of an estate. They are looking to combine this parcel with all the other parcels that are part of the estate so that they can apportion it much more easily. So they're all in the same zoning district. So here you can see all those parcels that were highlighted in blue in the prior slide. On this slide, they're all AGC, so that's what they're looking to do here, is to align with that zoning district. Future land use map, similar to the prior rezoning, the agriculture designation is immediately abutting this parcel. So technically, it falls in the rural residential designation. So we find that this is consistent with the comp plan as well. The subject parcel also, as in the previous case, abuts the AGC district, and it would allow for that recombination of the property so the estate can be properly settled. And by a 6-0 vote, Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? All right. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion and a second to close. Any comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? I think we all like to see these kind of rezonings go into AGC. Certainly helps with density. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Item number 7, rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 25-18, tax map number 72100000027, to rezone from UD to LI, 5.73 acres in District 7. Mr. Bueno.
Yes, this property off of Flint Hill Road, just under 6 acres. They are proposing to go from urban development to light industrial. You can see from the aerial photography here, there's already an established business there. They do warehouse and distribution. They're applying for the light industrial district so they can exempt the property from building design standards for any future structures or additions they might have on the property, and to expand the existing uses to include outdoor storage in the rear of the property. Here, the zoning district, you can see predominantly is UD in this area still. But as some properties are rezoning over the last few years, you're starting to see some of the light industrial come through. So here's the future land use map. This area is designated as artisan employment here. So it's really looking for those small scale operations, crafts, things like that. And light industrial certainly aligns with that designation. So staff is recommending approval on this application. As I said, there's already an established facility here, so it's not a proposed land use change, and this would remove another parcel from the legacy UD district. And by a vote of 6-0, the Planning Commission also recommends approval.
Any questions?
I do. Jonathan, what is artisan employment?
Yep, so it's a future land use designation that's much more small scale. So you can see it's kind of beside the I-77 corridor employment, where that's looking for the big job creators as a use. And artisan employment is much more small scale, cabinet makers, things like that. But here we have an existing distribution facility. It's a very small one at that.
How big is the building?
That I don't know.
Okay, and,
70,000 square feet.
okay. But in the future, they may want to build another building?
So the site itself, I might be in someone else's presentation now. The site itself is pretty restricted, thank you. So you can see there's really not much room for a substantive building to go in there. So really, the purpose here, if they wanted to have some small addition, they could do that, but also use the rear of the property for outdoor storage.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Jonathan. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Do we have a new motion?
I'm going to make a motion to approve, but I'd like some more information on this because it does concern me. But I'll get to discussion.
Second?
Okay.
Second.
Motion and a second.
Now discussion?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
It does concern me that they wanted to go to LI, yet they're saying a proposed change is to allow outside storage, which it clearly states in LI that that is not part of that zoning code. So I would like a little more information on what's going to happen with that.
Any other discussion?
So you're saying that storage is not allowed in LI?
Well, everything is supposed to be under the building now. We can get clarification on storage. I want it to be very clear that it would just be storage.
I'm happy to provide that clarity now. So outdoor storage is an accessory use for the industrial districts.
And is it limited to a certain size or?
There are standards in the zoning code to ensure they're screened and things of that nature, yep.
Okay. All right. So I'll make the motion.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We move now to item number 8 of our public hearings. Council to hold a public hearing and provide third reading of an ordinance to abolish the special tax district known as the York County Recreation Tax District in York County effective as of December 31st, 2025, and as described more particularly herein, to specify the time and application of the final levy of taxes for the operation and maintenance of the York County Recreation Tax District, to provide for the winding down and cessation of operations of the York County Recreation Tax District as an administrative division of the county, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters related thereto. Mr. Couch, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good evening, councilors. I hope everybody had a splendid weekend. Tom Couch, Assistant County Manager, various development services, parks, and other duties as assigned. I have a very brief slide deck for you this evening, and this is, of course, the third reading and the public hearing. And we'll just jump right in, give you a refresher or a background on what we were tasked with. You'll recall the original objective. It's a topic that I think that has been bandied about for years prior to my arrival here, but it has become more accelerated over the last 4 months. So our charge was to develop a framework to try to fund our county parks and recreation services while at the same time trying to provide a reasonable funding stream for the municipalities with the dissolution, the proposed dissolution of this unincorporated tax. It was vetted and adopted by the HEP committee this spring, and it's also been vetted by council during the 26th budget retreat. Now, with regard to communication and mandate, I think I'll deal with the dual mandate first. Again, we do have a critical need to fund our Parks Department at a level that is sustainable, and that's also accessible and available to all citizens, whether they're municipal or otherwise extraterritorial. And ultimately, we needed to create a carryover solution for municipal funding because we have had some engagement that I will discuss in a moment. But ultimately, that engagement, while it has been ongoing with the municipalities, I wouldn't say that it's risen to the level of an international or G7 summit, but there has been a lot of continuing dialogue, whether it's electronics exchanges, telephone, or even face-to-face conversations. And I would argue that in all of those exchanges, I believe we were very clear about our intentions, and I think most of the municipalities engaged in constructive conversation with us. We also looked at implementation criteria, and when we were trying to put this framework together, we considered equity, meaning that we wanted to avoid or diffuse any allegations of double taxation, which I think we can do successfully based on the differentiated service model that we have, where we offer more passive rather than active recreation, with the noted example of Field Day Park, which is in a combination of special tax districts, and those taxpayers are paying specifically for that type of active service. But we also thought it was important and critical to whether we were transitioning from strictly an unincorporated tax to some type of amalgamation into the general millage rate. We thought it was important that it's still taxpayer money, and now that that tax burden is partially being transferred to municipal residents, it's just important to them as unincorporated residents that the method we use to determine distribution of funding is data-driven and evidence-based. So when we look at the funding model that we're trying to propose, and I know you will know after the last several weeks, we've had considerable conversation and deliberation about a per capita stipend, and we were previously focusing on youth recreation services, but we have opened the door for consideration, probably centered more toward the city of Rock Hill, because they are the only recreation department that offers a robust form of lifelong learning, LL, or therapeutic types of services that are available to either seniors or other types of deserving populations. I think we went with the youth notion first because it's indisputable in academic literature concerning parks and recreations that the ultimate benefits of trying to make sure that community youth has opportunities not only to recreate, but learn from those experiences and become better citizens. And we're also giving consideration to a capital grants program. It would be perhaps modest at first, as we'll demonstrate in a minute or two, but I think there's an opportunity to scale up the funding with revenue growth, along perhaps with the size of stipends down the road. But we would start off at a $25,000 annual level, and it would be automatic for the small municipalities that have no active recreation programs. The larger munis would have the availability to get $25,000 annually if their stipend level has not been exhausted. So what we have to do next, if we're going to continue to go in this direction, which is obviously the discretion of you, the governing body, we would proceed to dissolve the tax district ordinance. And over the next couple of months, especially as we're sort of galloping toward the tax season, but sooner rather than later, we would like to continue the dialogue with the municipalities and not only reassure them of how this would work and be constructed, but definitely not make it a bureaucratic nightmare, which we've heard rumors of. Actually, with the data they've given us so far, I think it's been very simple exports of addressing data of their municipal registrants. I think we can further have arrangements to have NDAs or non-disclosure agreements if we want to get that type of data. But the data, should it be accurate, and we have no reason to believe that it's not at this point. Once it's verifiable, I think we can proceed with the stipend reimbursement program and work out a reimbursement plan or a transactional plan that'll be mutually beneficial, satisfying. So I'm going to defer to the county manager on this next slide, but I will remain here at the podium, and if the county manager wishes, I can participate with them, but I'll remain here to be available if there's any questions or comments.
Thanks, Tom, and thank you, County Council, for talking about this tonight. I wanted to make sure that everybody in the audience, those watching at home, and our County Council understand what we're working through and considering. So on the screen here, you see the total number of unincorporated youth recreation registrants that we've been able to verify from the reports we've received from the municipalities. This is just a point in time from what they shared with us, because what we're trying to do is approximate what amount we might be talking about. And so as we've talked with municipalities, we've talked about this $75 stipend. We've got some feedback from our municipalities where they seemed interested in an additional $25 to $30. And they've asked specific questions if they could charge unincorporated residents $30 above incorporated residents and receive the stipend. That goes against kind of what a stipend would represent. So just for those who might be confused about this, a stipend would be received by a municipality if they charge an unincorporated youth the same as an incorporated youth. And so the county, when receiving of that data, would then give $75 to that municipality for keeping it the same. And so this shows what one of these municipalities might receive if it was a $75 stipend. For the sake of the exercise, we've shown what that number would be if it was a $100 stipend, as we received some feedback that might make a difference for some municipalities. And so, again, those of you who participate in these activities know that there's a range of costs across the municipalities. And in general, they range from $50 to $100, depending on what city you're registering for that program. So if we just said, okay, we'll give a flat 100, this is what it would be. I think it's important to remember that there's a lot of caveats to this, and that's why this is a conversation that we're going to have to continue on beyond this vote tonight. For example, we're very concerned when residents from other counties are paying a different rate than our unincorporated residents. And if the stipend is put in at that point, if we're giving a stipend for unincorporated residents, we would hope that residents outside of York County, which we know there's a lot that participate in these programs, would pay that additional amount. So that's something that we'd have to work with municipalities on. And that's what makes this so hard. There's a lot of people from outside the county participating. We would hope that they would also have to pay this additional amount. Because in theory, an unincorporated resident, the cost of what we're saying for that resident is $100 above an incorporated resident. One of the other things we heard, especially from some of the smaller towns, was the need for potential capital grant option. We wanted to make sure that y'all saw what it would cost to give that same benefit to all the municipalities. And I think when you do that in combination with the $100 stipend, what this chart shows is you start to get very close to the average allocation for many of the municipalities. So we think that's important. One of the other aspects that makes this very challenging is how do we handle programs that are run by third parties? So a lot of the soccer leagues are run by third parties. What we've heard from the municipalities is not any one of these is the same. And we do, as a staff, Tom and I and our parks director, do need to spend time with the municipalities to understand what kind of revenue they're earning from that third-party league and the inner workings of that contract. And we're very open to that conversation moving forward as well. So there's the potential that some of the soccer programs would qualify for the stipend. I think the other piece to this is we heard from council an interest to understand the number of residents participating in lifelong learning and therapeutic programs. I've asked numerous times from the city of Rock Hill for actual data of those registrants. And I know somebody this evening mentioned that we have a report. We have a one-page report that shows city registrants and non-city registrants. Non-city registrants could mean a person from another of the municipalities other than Rock Hill or any other county around us. And so we need specific data to be able to estimate that cost. So what we're showing on this chart is a potential of what might occur after we finish these conversations with municipalities. But I think it shows good faith from the county that we're trying to work on something that's based on data, the actual registrations, and understanding that no city is the same here in York County, which is what makes us great. And at the end of the day, if we go with the $100 stipend and a capital option, you're still looking at significant contributions to some of these municipalities' programs based on the number of unincorporated folks using them. And that's what we wanted to make clear tonight. We believe we've been working hard on this and that there's an opportunity to continue to refine this so that it's meaningful and representative of that data. Anything else, Tom?
Nothing other than consideration for the $100 stipend over the 75. You know, we're trying to demonstrate that we're listening. I don't think that data obviously includes the lifelong learning and therapeutic folks who participate in Rock Hill's programs, but we are very open to receiving the data in the same fashion that we receive the youth data. And but I think the importance of trying to arrive at the correct amount of a stipend is because pricing recreation services isn't like buying a soft drink, you know. Coca-Cola or Pepsi or whoever, they're gonna know all of their production inputs and costs and know what their profit margin has to be. Parks and Recreation doesn't work on that type of notion because, you know, there's sort of a welfare measure, economically speaking, in providing parks and services. But on the same token, we didn't want there to be any, call it for lack of a better word, retaliation with differential pricing, because the stipend is really intended to reduce the price elasticity that could occur if a stipend isn't offered. I don't think it's good for the community, for the municipalities to charge double or to deny service, especially when they already have some built-in capacity. But like I said, you can't price what they do like it's a soft drink or another type of production output. So hopefully we've tried to make a good case as to why we should move forward, and we would respect your consideration for acting upon it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing, so it's time to hear from the public. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against? When you come forward, if you please give your name and address.
My name is Jim Bradford. I live at 12 Wright Avenue in York. So I understood last meeting I attended, which was a public hearing on the budget, manager say that he is all about evidence-based decision-making, and I think that's the right way to go. What I've seen here is that based upon incomplete evidence, that the county has moved forward with this plan to eliminate what has been a tested, well-received financial sum from the non-resident, county residents who are not residents of municipalities. Fund that allows them to participate in this program without charges that city residents themselves pay. And this is all good. I've seen an array of numbers here, and if things went just the way they were depicted here, it looks like the amount of money that could be infused would be about the same. the thing that is concerning to me is that the county is making unilateral decisions about how this should proceed. And so the abolishment of the existing ordinance, has to couple up with your elimination of that 1.5 mils of tax. And as I understand it, they're not in the budget on third reading. They would have to be added back. You made a decision to continue with the present system. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to continue the existence of this tax district for another year, to sunset the provision so that at the end of a year, it will no longer be in effect. And then in that 1 year, let's call it the grace year, when the old system is still in effect, that at the county's invitation, there would be a joint county municipal task force, all appropriate officials from those entities present, including the recreation people, possibly supplemented by Clemson University's recreation department in sort of an advisory capacity, and that they work through this. Because as a number of people have said, and I've said it, right now, the county is not paying enough to get the benefit of the use of the municipal facilities and services. I mean, it's hard to contemplate. Now, for the first time, I see this discussion about capital contribution. Right now, the county pays nothing to have facilities that has cost millions of dollars for the municipalities to build and maintain. So what's being discussed is putting a Band-Aid on a situation, a little different Band-Aid than the one we've got, but it's not going to be the final resolution of this issue. And I think what we need to work toward is sort of a comprehensive, researched, and politically worked out solution to this if we can get it. Now, I understand that discussions are ongoing, but it's kind of like, putting the, closing the barn door after the horse has already gotten out. I mean, the cities are basically in a supplicant position without the funds that they would otherwise have. I just think that the right way to approach this would be take a step back, take a year to get it resolved for the long run, and I think it can be done. And a lot of the things that I'm seeing here, are ideas that go toward making the funding that's provided by the county more equitable. It certainly can't be the position of this county council, which has, after voters in the mid-1990s voted against the county getting into the recreation business, and after this county has persistently said they're not going to be in the active recreation business, it can't be your thought that you're going to somehow start to build your own facilities and man them if you're trying to have an efficient way to deal with this. So when we get finished with this public forum, you've got this set for third reading. And I'm going to ask you not to take third reading, maybe to just back it up after you consider the budget. And of course, I'm asking that you consider putting back in the 1.5 mils of taxes that the folks in this recreation district are paying, that you put it back in, and that you then move forward with the comprehensive effort in the task force. I know that this is like, hey, well, where the hell's this guy been for the last 6 months? And I get that. But I'm also getting a lot of negativity from a lot of sources with municipalities. And I think we can just avoid any kind of confrontational situation. And maybe that'll happen anyway, and maybe, maybe this will be the Band-Aid that takes us forward. But I would ask that you wait, make a decision. If you're going forward, if you're definitely cutting out the tax, then come back and vote on this, because you don't want to decide you're going to put the tax back in and you've destroyed the vehicle that is the conduit of the tax to get to the municipalities. I think I've covered everything. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate the amount of effort and thought that's gone into this. And it's been rather, extraordinary when I saw your numbers and figures, and a lot of good ideas there. I just don't think they ought to be unilaterally decided by this council, and it will not solve the issue in the long run. Thank you.
Sir, is there anyone else who wishes to speak against? If you'll just, anyone who wants to speak, if you'll come forward.
I'm William Perkins, and I live at 1191 Spring Lake in the city of York. I have been here for 40 years. I have worked in the city of York. I have paid taxes in the city of York. What my main concern is, especially whenever I see the graph up here, is all about youth, and unfortunately, I'm not a youth, and I am using the city's bike trail and walking trails on a daily basis. And we go out there every morning, and there's a big group of us that do that, sorry, y'all, I thought I had it turned off. And most of the people that I walk with out there at the park using the bike trails, the walking trails, are not city residents. I would say 90% of the people that I walk with on a daily basis come from outside the city of York. What I'm worried about is that if the city of York loses, I think right now they're getting $200,000 from the county each year for park maintenance. I'm afraid that, and your graph had said it would go down to 100,000. What I'm afraid of is that it's going to be totally focused on youth, and that's okay. That's okay. Ballparks, baseball, soccer, and stuff like that. But the non-youth portion of the city that uses other things other than ballparks, I'm out there on a daily basis. I see how hard it is for the city to maintain the park right now. There are light poles that have been laying on the ground for over a year, because of inability of funding to get it fixed. So if all of a sudden the city loses $100,000, in park money, I'm afraid that the bike trails, the walking trails, not the ballparks, not the soccer fields, those are the first things that are going to go. So that's my main concern, is how do we keep the funding at the same level that we have it right now? Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
John Gossett, 5717 Lake Wiley Road. Believe it or not, I'm up here talking to the council on my birthday.
Happy birthday.
I'm 35. Not really. And my kids tell me, Dad, you've turned 35 26 times now. I tell them, hush, that's beside the point. Just to go back and reflect a little bit, I'm not telling y'all nothing y'all don't already know. I've sat in too many workshops. The way the 1.5 mil rec tax has been distributed up to this point has been haphazard, to term it one way. And, it's almost comical. I sit in, it's the same thing year after year after year. And Councilman Roddy is beside himself saying, we need a formula, we need a formula, we need to do this right. And I'm total agreement, 100%, preaching to the choir. And at the end, it's almost, not literally, but it's almost like the rest of the group just gets into a high-stakes game of rock, paper, scissors to try to figure out how to divide up that money and who's going to get what. That's not the way to do it. Most of that money, as it stands now, is being paid by people like us, me, in the unincorporated area. And we support active recreation. I've got kids that, when they were little, they played on these fields. A lot of people, we support active recreation, but what we want is accountability. I hate the term transparency. It's been worn completely out nowadays, but it's really out in accountability. Rock Hill got $400,000 from last year, from the rec tax. Okay, well, you know, how many people did they serve? Well, we don't know. We just gave them a pot of money, and it just gets dropped into their budget. I'm using them as an example. I'm not picking on them. And away they go. And a whole year passes, and we're right back all over again the following year. Y'all remember the movie Bill Murray was in, Groundhog Day? It's like every year at the end of the year, it's Groundhog Day all over again. Here we go again. And that happened for 4 or 5 years. So I was glad to see that we're going to take a bold step forward and go to something that's data-based. Not trying to shortchange anybody. We're just trying to make sure the taxpayers understand where their money went, and here's the data to back it up, and they go, okay, that makes sense. That's the way it should happen. I will say, though, I mean, I think the county manager did a great job talking to the municipalities. I think the county has continued to engage. I am very disappointed in, you know, keep it nice. I'm very disappointed in some letters that a particular municipality was behind sending out. I'm very disappointed in some emails that a particular municipality was behind sending out. And I'm very disappointed in some social media influence campaigns that were launched that some folks were behind. It reminds me of a page taken from a playbook from another group in the county. This comes from a municipality, and that's just unacceptable. They're supposed to be negotiating in good faith, honest brokers, and those kind of scorched earth tactics are unacceptable. They shouldn't be accepted. They definitely shouldn't be rewarded. I'll leave that where it is. For tonight, I think what has been said is this is an ongoing process, but I think the only reason it's an ongoing process right now is because y'all are damn serious. We're gonna make a change. And I think that's caused a lot of people to come up to the plate now and say, all right, we need to get serious with this and we need to work this out. And as Councilman Roddy has said many times, if we get this passed and we need to adjust fire, we will. We're not trying to screw anybody, we're just trying to get it right. And a lot of times you gotta shoot twice to hit the target. So that's what this is about, in my opinion. I would make 2 points. I'm glad to see the capital investment that was briefed up here earlier, because I think some of the smaller municipalities, they need it. They really need it. I think that would help them. When you get to something like Rock Hill, make no mistake, that's a money maker. They are raking in money from their parks and rec. Yeah, they put out a lot of money, but let me tell you something. They bring in a lot of business, a lot of tourism, a lot of tax money. Just think about it. That's part of the whole, they're like a corporation. That's one department that's offering the service. But the city as a whole, between the business that brings in, if they weren't making money, they wouldn't be putting the amount of money investing what they are in it. I'm not faulting them for it, but just keep that in mind that the smaller municipalities are in a different situation, and they need more help. And lastly, we talk about parks. I hate to see it mentioned in terms of us and them, our parks, their parks. Granted, the municipality parks belong to the municipalities, but the county parks, they belong to everybody. It's not a us and them. I don't care if you live in the city, if you live in the country, or somewhere in between, those county parks are everybody's. And this county is extremely blessed to have Catawba Bend Preserve on one side and Worth Mountain on the other, both of them sitting on large rivers. I'm telling you, that's, a lot of counties wish they were as blessed. So it would be beyond negligent. I mean, it'd be horrible not to look to the future and structure the tax where we can develop that for everybody, because the economic benefit for the whole county is enormous. You know, it's just the right thing to do. What we used to do with the municipalities with active recreation, we'll let them do it, and we'll do the passive and whatnot. Yeah, that worked until our population doubled, and it's getting ready to double again. So we have to start doing things a little different. So I support it. I don't think it's the end. I think it's a work in progress still. And I think right now you've got the people who matter on the other side of the equation. They now have a reason to be fully engaged, and let's get to whatever the right answer is. Because that's, at the end of the day, that's what we're after. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Motion to close public hearing.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to deny.
Come on, Tom.
I heard motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have discussion?
Yeah. I want to lead
Mr.
this
Riley.
off. I want to lead this off. You know, we've been through this. I'm going to go back at least 4 to 5 years ago. Every year around budget time, about a month to go to the finish line, we always hearing, give us one more year. Just give us one more year. We'll work it out. I'm sure some people tried that with their marriages, one more year, whether it worked out or not. It typically doesn't. We've put together this, our staff has put together an option for us. We're not snatching the rug out from anybody. We're not cutting the funding completely off. Only thing we're saying to everyone is give us a chance to show that we can do something different, at the same time create a revenue stream for our parks. It would be foolish to think that we can continue to do it the same way we've done it, bring some more county parks online, make upgrades at Ebenezer Park, spend millions of dollars at Catawba River Bend, do all this stuff and still fund municipalities at the same level while we're seeing their numbers for rec sports. We're not talking about travel ball that comes into this county. We're talking about municipality organized sports, which is typically your football, your baseball, your basketball, some soccer. Those are your basic sports, and there's some other things that certain areas offer to their youth. That's a little different. But when one speaker even stood up earlier in the meeting said how 70–80% of the participation came from outside the municipality. Well, it doesn't mean that they came from a York County resident, because some of our areas pull people from North Carolina, pull people from Chester County, pull people from Lancaster County. So what we've seen and been told, that's been reported, was that we have data that says city resident, non-city resident. Well, it didn't say it was a York County resident. And we only want to kind of put that stipend out there or help pay for participation if it's a York County resident. And I want to clear up a misquote from one of the earlier speakers that was saying, we're going to give a stipend for that youth to participate. We're not giving that money to that family or to that youth. We're simply putting and recognizing that that county resident doesn't pay into the city tax base. That helps them build their facilities, run their programs. So we're actually incentivizing those municipalities, if you want to call it that, or giving a stipend to the city to offset some of the costs that it's incurred to build those parks. And we know every single park, that's it, whether it's in Rock Hill, Fort Mill, York, Clover, TK, is not only used for rec sports, because they bring in outside sports. Some rent their fields, some lease their fields. But then when they have the conversation with us, it's, oh, we spent $40 million on this field. It's not just for local youth sports, because big tournaments come in, whether it's at Cherry Park, Manchester, all the different parks throughout this county. But it's not on the county's shoulders to burden that budget to run these parks day in and day out. Because when we've had the conversation and staff has asked for Well, if you're renting your parks out, what kind of revenue you bringing in? Oh, those conversations are off limit. Just give us the check you gave us last year. Don't worry about the revenues we're bringing in. We don't want to have that conversation publicly because sports is a big business. But our core function of the rec tax was to supplement the municipalities because we recognize that there's no revenue coming from that county resident. It's not on our shoulders to be a gap filler. We want the data to drive the checks that we're cutting. In the past, we haven't gotten that. Now, all of a sudden, these municipalities, they say we're for real about doing something different. Where was the conversation 6 months ago? Where was the conversation 2 years ago when they kept asking, give us one more year? I've said it before, we may not get it 100% right, but the door is not closed to making that adjustment next year or 2 years down the road. And it is our decision to make because we have to make sure we're looking out for our York County budget as well as assisting these municipalities. We would be dead wrong if we say, we gave you $400,000, we gave you $279,000. Next year, we're not going to do anything for you. I don't think a single person up here would vote for that. I wouldn't. But we've created an avenue for these municipalities to show county residents are participating, here are their addresses, and we'll say, here's the check. Whether it's football, baseball, basketball, any program, any sports programming that they're offering, we're gonna send them a stipend for our county residents participating with them. But we cannot just continue to write a check for $400,000, $300,000 without knowing what we're getting. I think we would be irresponsible council members to not want to know what we're getting for that $300,000, what we're getting for that $400,000. I think when we say this is why we're doing it, some people should be saying, yeah, it's a good idea. We want to know. But instead, we get emails sent out bashing us. We get threats of, well, we just won't let the county residents participate. But we're supposed to be partners. But some of our same partners put these campaigns together to make it seem like we're doing something wrong. And we're here for the same reason they're for their citizens. I support abolishing this. I support trying to do something different, whether it's 75, whether it's 100. And we've said all along, and I was on a radio interview that said, we want to add a component that recognizes the lifelong learning, the senior programs, and some other things. But we can't work and fix everything until we address the youth component. Then we start to move and tackle other issues. But everybody wants to just throw it all in the pot and think we can pull a rabbit out the hat and it's a one-size-fit-all. We're going to get it right. It may not be 100% right, but in some people's eyes, the only thing right means give us what you gave us last year. And I'll tell you, we won't get that right because we're not going to do that. There's no mechanism that's going to put the same dollar amount on each municipality's desk for this rec tax. And if that's what you're basing on right, we're not going to get that right. But we're going to do right by our citizens. We're going to do right by what we need as a budget. And we can't beat it up anymore. But I do want to make it clear, we're not giving $75 or $100 to any family. That money is going to the cities to help them with covering some of their costs, to defray some of their costs. So don't believe anybody that says, one gentleman stood up and says, we shouldn't give money to families just because they're in an unincorporated area. That's not what we're doing. I don't know where him or anybody else got that information. We've asked the county manager to explain several times how this is working. But we know we can't reach everybody that those thousands of emails went out to that was misleading them. But we've said from up here, this is what we're doing. So if you've attended our meetings, watched online, but it's a shame some of our local reporters are not reporting what we're saying. They're reporting on what somebody else is saying. It puts us at a disadvantage when we're trying to be upfront and truthful of what we're doing. So shame on those who participated in the campaigns. Shame on those reporters who are not reporting on what we're saying. Let's just abolish this, put our plan in place, because somebody had to take a bold step back in the late 80s, early 90s to put this rec tax in. We're taking a bold step to doing something different in 2025. And hopefully it's another 20, 30 years before anything else is done different. So, I'm done.
Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to personally thank the municipalities. We've got a program here that's been going on for 20 years. They haven't come to us for a millage increase. They've never come to us for a millage increase. They have done what we've asked them to do, no millage increase. They've built fields. They've supported the public. They've given programs to kids, adults, and all under that millage rate of $6 per 100,000 on your house per year, okay, for 20 years. It's been the best deal in town that we could have ever asked for. We don't know what it costs to build fields. We're not in that business. It's millions of dollars to go into that business. We will never go into that business. It's too expensive. But we've had an opportunity to have our municipalities stand up and do the right thing and build these fields and support programs that have helped not only our youth, but adults in all different programs you asked for. It's been fantastic. I've been frustrated to hear about comments that have been made about the municipalities. I think that's out of line. I think that we're putting the cart in front of the horse on this thing. I feel like we're pushing, we don't even understand the impact to our community, but yet we're cutting it off, okay? We're pushing out a boat without a rudder here, okay? This, to me, is an opportunity for us to identify, okay, and go back, form a special committee, task force. Let's give it 1 year. Let's actually understand what the municipalities are going to be facing with this and understand the real impact to our community before we just push this ship out, all right? This is not, to me, the way we need to do it. We've got an opportunity here to pause this thing, to actually get it right, to understand the mechanism. We're hearing tonight there's a new program where we're going to be looking to give out $25,000 capital. We're finding out in third reading on this thing, okay? We also are talking about us funding our parks through the same funding mechanism. Based on the numbers I've looked at, what we need for our parks, we probably need every dime we're going to get from the 1.5 mil across the county. We've got large parks that need a lot to get done. So where does that lead in municipalities? Not in a good place, okay? We talked, and up there, they talked about, well, if the stipend, if we have extra money left in the stipend, we're going to do, send out. Look, we've got extreme costs with our own parks, all right? This, to me, is not baked. This is not ready to launch out. I think we do the prudent thing tonight and not vote to move forward with this. We vote to pause this, and we do a year of study and understanding, and we walk out of it really knowing what the impact of the community is and what the cost is going to be for our parks. I think this is, again, I am definitely not in support of denying this. We've talked a lot about this. And again, I do want to thank the parks. I want to thank the municipalities for what they've done. And it's been the best deal we could ever have gotten for our community. So that would be my thoughts. Thank you.
Karen, pull the chart back up. I want to just bring the recollection, let's see here. As far as on York, Kevin, correct me if I'm wrong, other than last year, the value of what we're doing here basically for York, is that not what they've always received?
So one of the things we put on here is the average of the last 3 years. So the average for the last 3 years for York is about 150,000.
Yeah.
I think this last year, they got a little bit more than they had previously.
That's right.
But Within theory, that's why I put the 3-year average, just for context.
Yep, and it drastically helps all of the smaller smaller ones. That was the main thing there. I don't see any problem there.
I'll try to be quick. So, agree with a lot of what you had to say. Obviously, we have opposing views on council on how we're going to vote on this, and I respect everybody's view. So I'm going to share my perspective right quick without trying to say everything I've said previously. As Tom said, the rec tax was created in 2005. I've spoken to some of the members of council that were on council at that point in time. Their goal was to provide active recreation in the municipalities to all residents of the county, not just youth. That was not the intention. That's why it says residences in the ordinance. Back in 2005, the population of York County was about 175,000 people. Today, it's 303 or 4,000 people. And as Councilman Audette said, the municipalities have never come back to council to ask for that mill increase to increase over 1.5 mills. They just took the appreciation of the mill and didn't complain. Now, I want to correct a couple of things because I was the chair of the committee that they reported to. They did have a formula. They used the Census Bureau to take the child head count in every area, and that's how they computed the numbers. And they came out of their committee, the municipalities came out in agreement with how they were going to distribute the money. Lake Wiley, no offense, I said to you before, you weren't a council member then. Well, Lake Wiley did not agree with the allocation. So when it made it to us, that's when it got contentious. That's when it got political. Because a few people didn't want to agree with what the committee came up with. That's the truth, okay? Now, let me pivot for a second. We do have a strategic plan that we have passed, we've been working on since Josh came in with us back in April of 2024. And that strategic plan is causing us to budget monies we've never budgeted before so that we can be a proactive county, not a reactive county. Now, in doing so, when you look at our budget in 2024, I'm just curious, does any council member know what the budget was for Parks and Rec in 2024? $4.7 million. You know what's proposed to be this year? $6 million. So we have a $6 million parks budget to run 2 major parks, Ebenezer Boat Landing, Ebenezer Park, and Allison Creek. That's pretty much what that money's used for. And guess what's proposed? A countywide tax of $2,970,000 to fund the additional operations of our parks, which I've been told is not enough to cover our current and future parks needs. So now our budget for parks goes to $9 million. Now, Catawba Bend's going to be coming online, Wood End's going to come online, so that's 4 parks. So we have 4 parks we're managing for $9 million, and the municipalities, our 5 major municipalities are got last year, I think, $1.7 million total to distribute amongst themselves for over half of the county that lives in the unincorporated area to utilize the services of the municipalities. Now, I don't disagree. When this got to council, it became political, and there was no formula to determine who got what, right? It was a grab game. So I'm in agreement with 2 of the individuals that spoke tonight. I'm in agreement with what you said, Councilman Audette, that we're saying after we pass this, we're going to find out really what we're going to do. Unfortunately, as a council member, you're asking me to accept an unknown liability. We're saying we're going to pay a stipend. We have no idea what the municipalities are going to charge us for what they want to do, right? Are they going to charge us? Are they going to begin to ask us to contribute towards their capital expenses? I don't know. I have no way of knowing. I'll tell you one thing. Respect to them, I don't think any of them are going to decide to push away a county resident for the services because they feel like they're obligated to that. But guess what? They could have used that as leverage to get this conversation to a different point where we were actually collaborating to come up with a solution. And no offense to staff, because there's not many things I disagree with our staff, but I disagree with this. This is the first year our staff has made an attempt to communicate with the municipalities, but we have not collaborated. Collaborating means you bring them all into the room and you have a conversation, you bring Parks and Rec into the room, and you have a conversation, you try to come up with a solution that makes sense. That's what makes sense to me. That has not happened. So we're being asked to vote on something tonight, and we really don't know. Let me ask this question. Well, I can't ask the question. Let me just make the statement. Do we really think the municipalities are going to manage, they're going to let uncorporated citizens come in, and they're going to collect money from them or file for a stipend from us? They're not going to do that. Why would they do? If I was city council, I'd never approve that in a million years. I'd say, hey, unfortunately, this is the cost for you to play tennis or any other sport that you want to play with us or any other program you want to participate in. This is what we charge since you're in the unincorporated area or you live outside the area. You don't even live in York County. This is the cost, and you'll need to go to the county to get reimbursement. Why would they pay to manage this? We're the customer. I want to go back. Our parks budget's going to be about $9 million. And we got 300,000 citizens in the county, and half of them go to the municipalities for services. To defend Rock Hill, and listen, I may represent Rock Hill. I'm not saying what I'm saying for the benefit of Rock Hill. It's just a fact. Rock Hill offers more services than any other municipality. Therefore, even the citizens of the cities, York, Clover, Tegakay, Fort Mill, come to Rock Hill for services. That's why they have the largest budget. They're also the largest city right behind, in front of Fort Mill in York County. So our budget's $9 million, and we're giving up 1.7 for all of our citizens to utilize their services. I would say, I think you're right. We probably ought to focus on, let's come up with a formula we can all agree on that makes sense. Or do you want to open up Pandora's box? So I said a minute ago, through the conversations I've had, we're going to collect $2,970,000 of countywide tax to fund parks. And then we're supposed to pay the money to the municipalities out of that. And I'm being told it's not enough money really to fund our park needs anyway. Next year, we have Phase 2 of Catawba Bend, $30 million. We have Phase 2 of Wood End, $30 million projected. And you could say, no, yes?
The second phase of either of those parks has to be decided by council.
Correct.
Neither of those are in the 5-year CIP.
Correct.
So I don't see those second phases happening in the next 5 years, but that's up to council.
Right. Point is, we have larger future needs for parks unless we're just not going to build any more parks. I have to agree with Councilman Audette. I mean, it's a deal. The focus ought to be how to work with the municipalities and come up with a way to distribute the money. That's just my opinion. I can't support abolishing the tax because I think it's just it's a sweetheart deal, and the focus should be on how to distribute the money. And I don't agree with it just being for youth. I think we ought to be providing these services to everybody that lives in the county that wants to go to the municipalities to participate in active recreation, since we're committing to passive recreation. I got more points I can make, but I'm going to stop because it is 8:10. Thank you.
Okay. So, sort of all along, I did want to make sure that we were looking at supporting the lifelong recreation, excuse me, and disabled children. So I was sort of happy to see that in there. But a couple of things. I really have fought to not have a tax increase, countywide tax increase. And we've come up with some solutions for that. Now, the municipalities have their own tax. They tax all their citizens for the recreation. Then we come behind this and we have a countywide 1.5 mil tax increase. So those folks in the municipalities are going to be taxed twice. Now, what I'm hearing from my folks, they're very happy about not having a tax increase, countywide tax increase. That's what I have been fighting for. So this is one thing for the municipalities to think about. They are going to be, their citizens, older citizens are going to have more taxes. Okay, so definitely, and I checked this out, the parents are paying for their children to use those parks. The parents. There is a fee. Then we give the stipend, or whatever you want to call it, on top of that. I mean, if you add those two together, that's a lot of money. You're not going to, I mean, the parents have to pay no matter what. And I would hope that they're not overcharged, but that's to remain. We'll see. Okay, so really, those are my points. I mean, I could go into some more things, but I would like, I wish that Rock Hill would have stepped up on the lifelong learning folks so that we could definitely include them in this. And you know, Miracle Park is a fabulous place. It doesn't have a gate on it, and it doesn't have somebody standing there collecting money. Those children go in there, thank goodness, and they're able to have a place that you know, is for their needs. So that is one thing about Miracle Park, a plus.
I think everybody's spoken. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Something has to change. Kicking the can down the road another year is not going to work. I do want to thank management. I know that this is a hard thing to do because anytime you're talking about funding, it becomes difficult. But I appreciate, Josh, particularly for you reaching out, and I pestered you. I was like, have you reached out to the managers? Your job is to reach out to the managers. Have you reached out to them? Have you asked them? Have you asked them exactly where this funding is coming from? Have you asked them the questions about where is this funding going? The funding can only go so far, and and what's concerning me is that, at least with respect to a couple, we don't have that. We still don't have that information. I know that they do fantastic stuff, and we are so blessed in York County to have so many folks doing so many things. And I am very appreciative of our cities, especially City of Rock Hill. They do things that none of the other municipalities do. But we have a job, and this becomes a point of contention every year, at least for the past 4 or 5 years. And this idea that it's just going to, you know, fix itself is not going to happen. I don't think that my vote tonight means that I am supporting the idea or the proposal that management made with their spreadsheet. I still think that's to be determined. I hope that folks will share that information. I think that part still has to be dealt with. My vote is simply because we can't do it anymore, and 2 taxes is not the way to do it. I will say it's important, and we have to make sure that we look at accountability for the funds. We need to know where they're going. What are they going to this program? Are they going to that program? Which program are they specifically going to? And if you can't get that answer, then that's a concern, because then when folks ask me, where is the funding going, I can't explain that. For 17 years, this tax money has only been taken from the unincorporated folks to support what was supposed to be programming efforts. It wasn't to be a supplement for regular parks, it was to go to programming. And our council has been actually 100%, all of us here in our meetings and in our workshops before some of this rhetoric went out, we all agreed we want to continue to support that. And I know that we do. But when you start learning that there are folks who are being charged more, or there are folks outside the county who aren't being charged anything, but folks in the unincorporated area are. The individuals who came and spoke and who talked about, yes, there was information that was provided. Well, I do want to reiterate, the information that we were told was it was city or non-city. That doesn't help you make sure that that funding is going there, because what if a majority of the folks that are going there are not? And we did learn when some of the cities disclosed the information that a lot of the folks who thought they lived, who municipalities thought lived in the unincorporated areas, don't live in the unincorporated areas. They live in the city, or they live in other cities who are taking it, who are using those programs. I still think that it was set up for programming, and even up until today, the programming fee was proposed to be divided up based upon school population. And I don't know how you're going to deal with these other programs that are extremely important, but even when the municipalities say we need to divide it up based upon school population, that further confirms the intent was for youth programming sports. And the county is in youth programming sports. There was a consultant that was hired who reaffirmed that the best way to do this is to get everything under one. This compartmentalizing of parks is not good for anybody. I firmly support recreation. I firmly support it throughout our county. We just have to do it in a more accountable way. And, you know, this idea that there was a formula, there wasn't a formula that everybody agreed with, because there were sections of the community that were in the unincorporated areas who were having to tax themselves 2 or 3 times to provide access to active recreation. And that wasn't fair either. So I think that we've got to follow the advice of the experts that were hired, the consultant that was hired, who recommended that we approach it this way. I remain hopeful that this doesn't devolve into something more, and that this isn't used as an excuse to do things that don't help us all, because the intent of this was to make sure that we use funds to help the entire county, that we try to reach as many people as we possibly can and work cooperatively to provide access to recreation to all folks. And I still hope that we can get there. And I can't ignore the fact that 20 years later, a lot of things has changed. Not only has the county started providing some active recreation, it's also providing increased amenities. Many families aren't using the city rec leagues, they're using private leagues, they're using churches, sports organizations, the YMCA, and park funding models have also changed. We have H-Tax, we have A-Tax. A lot of the cities are benefiting from that. A lot of our public does not. I wish our public understood how H-Tax and A-Tax works. We've got something on our A-Tax agenda tonight. Every municipality generates their own A-Tax. They keep it. None of the cities give the county any A-Tax. None of the cities give the county any of the A-Tax. But the county, who generates its A-Tax solely from unincorporated business, has been using funding to help support municipalities. A-Tax tonight, we're looking at spending $450,000 to go to an A-Tax program that the unincorporated people paid for, but is going to support CVB, which $400,000, and there are justifications for that, but $400,000 goes right back to the city on that. Then when you look at the H-Tax, all of that H-Tax funding, and I think even tonight we're looking at a Miracle Park, funding that park. The county does so many things. I will tell you the thing that I feel like we just do a really bad job of is talking about it and telling our story and sharing how much is done, because our county also provides funding to Max Abilities. I'm not aware of any others that do direct funding to that. We provide funding for Catawba Mental Health. I think we do have to be accountable, and that's where my vote is. And I feel like I've said this the same time, and I hate doing that, but it's important to me that folks understand the intricacies of this. This is not something that I think any of the council members took lightly. We've got to change, and we've got to find a better way to do this. And the only way to do that is to start and move forward with following the advice of the consultant, and let's see where that takes us. So All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 5-2. Yeah, I had a request and I agree. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Please.
Thank goodness.
My knee.
All right, our next item is number 1 in old business. Council to approve third reading of an ordinance to establish the operating and capital budgets for the operation of the county government of York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2025, to provide for the levy of taxes for York County for the fiscal year commencing July 1st, 2025, to provide for the expenditure of tax revenues and other county funds, to establish a consolidated fee schedule for all existing county fees relative to the operation of the county government, its boards, agencies, and departments, and to provide for other matters related thereto. I would ask that the way that we approach this is the way that we've been doing this all along. If we have a motion to approve third reading and then move with amendments, and there are a couple of things that I need to correct that I would like to start us off with a couple of amendments since it addresses some of my motion. Is there?
Yes. And real quick, Madam Chair, we just had a few introductory words to share before you all start.
Okay.
Need a motion first?
Yeah, if we can get a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. I'll turn it to you.
Yes, Madam Chair, County Council, thanks for the conversations tonight that I know are going to ensue. We appreciate it. We're here to answer questions, but to kick things off, I wanted our Budget Director, Trish Startups, to give you a few updates on what's happened since second reading.
Sure. So I just want to thank each of you for your engagement and dedication throughout the process. And I also want to thank our staff. They've worked really hard in turning around information and analysis in a very quick, timely manner. So I do want to thank staff for all that they've done for the budget. With that said, before you tonight is third reading of the FY26 budget, and you will see that there are differences from the second reading to the third reading. And those differences are as follows. All the approved second reading motions are reflected in the third reading of the FY26 budget ordinance. And those were outlined in the follow-up report that was sent to each of you last week. Also, the third reading budget ordinance also includes the reappropriations, and that is where we have open POs from the current budget year where we're not going to receive the good or the service by June 30th. And that was approximately $1 million for the general fund operations. So you'll see that's in the third reading ordinance. Also, lastly, the third reading reflects the increase from PIVA. The first reading of the budget, I let council know that we were watching that, the health insurance increase. And so you see that reflected in the third reading of the budget, and that is approximately $60,000 countywide. So just wanted to let you know that those are the changes from the second reading to the third reading that you are seeing tonight in the budget ordinance. With that, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you, Trish. Is that all that you wanted to address, Mr. Edwards? Okay. I made the motion at the last meeting to do a few things, and there are a couple of things that were unintended consequences, so I'd like to at least have the opportunity to amend those before we move along with some others. At the last meeting, my motion was to require that all of the one-time, and I identified several of the studies that have been identified, that those, number one, that we have management advise us if they can do those in-house. And if they can, obviously that would be preferable because the county would save the taxpayers the amount to have to do that. I have since learned, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but all of those facility studies that were identified are things that the county cannot do in-house. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct.
So, so my motion was if management were to come back and say they can't do it in-house, that they return back to council and that we would approve it as a one-time fund balance appropriation. So, so that y'all understand my motion, the motion would be to amend the budget to specifically allow those one-time facility studies to be done through one-time fund appropriation.
Just to clarify. Okay,
I got to
so-
get a second first. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I did explain
Second. I
that.
apologize.
Okay.
Second.
Yes, sir.
Just to
Mr. Huckabee.
clarify then, are you referring to the $350,000 for one set of studies, is that correct?
Referring to all of the studies. They were all intended to be one-time if they cannot be done in-house.
So to further clarify, are you including the $110,000 for the impact fee, the $91,765 for the COG to complete the housing study, and the $75,000 for the York County Trail Master Plan?
Yes, all of those studies were one-time studies.
Thank
That's
you.
correct. We have a motion and a second on that amendment. Do we have any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that amendment moves. There was also one other unintentional consequence, and that was that only one of the, there was a .2 mil impact to the sheriff that we need to address, and this is a revenue neutral way to do that. So I would ask to move to reallocate the equivalent of .2 mils of the Public Safety Department 42,710 to the sheriff's budget and .2 mils.
Second.
Motion and a second, and I've asked management to help identify a way to correct that unintentional consequence, and so that's.
Now, I was just made aware of this today, so kind of bring me up to speed as to what we got going on and
Me too. I was just made aware today.
what we're about to resolve.
And let me add to that too, assuming we change anything else that was in her motion, then does that have a negative impact on the .2 mils as well?
Okay, the .2 mils was allocated, as you're all aware, the county general fund operating millage, and it is broken out really just for purposes on the tax bill for accountability. And this, we started, I think, in 2017, where the solicitor has their own millage on the tax bill, sheriff has their own millage on the tax bill, and general fund operations has their own millage. It's all general fund operating millage. It's broken out like that to allow the sheriff and solicitor who have a different mission than everybody else, a little more autonomy in the budget process. When the value of the mills changed, it rippled through everybody's. Okay? The solicitor picked up about $60,000. The sheriff picked up a little over more than $500,000 of additional revenue. In order to have this work, to get the funds necessary to get general fund operations in balance, there had to be reallocation of those millage. Now, what the motion Ms. Cox put forth is going to do, we're going to ship 2/10 of a mil back, and we're also going to ship 2/10 equivalent of public safety communication expenses to the sheriff's office as well. So the sheriff's millage number will stay the same as it was going into this, after this motion is approved. So it keeps the sheriff in balance. He doesn't get any extra money with this motion or lose any money with this motion, but it keeps his millage number where it was before.
But this is assuming that council is in agreement of passing the $17,500 increase in the value of the mill.
We've already done that.
Well, this is assuming that council doesn't amend that piece of the motion, then. I'm
I think at
sorry.
this point, what this would do is this motion would simply eliminate any of the unintended, well,
Right.
the first one was actually part of the motion to allow that, the one-time fund balance. This eliminates any unintended consequences and basically just puts us at start again today. And so if other folks want to make motions after that or amendments to change that, then that would free you up to do that, Mr. Huckabee.
Right.
Okay. I'll give.
Okay.
Any other
It is
discussion?
8:44.
We got vote.
Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, amendment carries. All right, I'll turn it over.
Okay, I have a motion.
All right,
I'd like to make a motion to amend the Flint Hill Fire Tax District budget by increasing revenue by $251,100 from the prior year fund balance, I always say, when I say fund, and increase one-time expenses by $251,100. And I have the listing of all the one-time expenses if you want to look at that, or you want me to read it, or what?
this, does she need to read this out in order to make a proper motion, or can?
Yes, I think you need to articulate the dollar amount. That suffice. Thank you.
That suffices, okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I'd like to know.
You want to explain it?
Yeah,
Yes,
what we doing?
we'd be glad to, and David Garner, our Assistant Manager over Public Safety, is prepared to do so, and this is something that we do support in the manager's office.
Yeah, so in meeting with the Flint Hill Fire Department Tax District, they have identified several one-time expenditures, primarily related around capital and building repairs, that they have requested to use their prior year fund balance towards. The original discussion was to allocate that in the budget year, and rather than doing a budget amendment in the fiscal year 26, I requested that they offer that as an amendment at third reading, so it could be read into the record and not amended once the budget was passed. So these are all appropriate qualifying one-time expenses for prior year fund balance. They are not recurring expenses, so that's what the amendment is for.
Do you want to look
No, I mean, and none of this increases their budget or increases anything. This is simply using their existing funding to use for one-time funding needs.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Does anybody have any other questions? All those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nope.
He-
I mean, no, I'm not opposed, sorry.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
Amendment passes unanimously, to make the record clear.
All right, I want to make a motion. I want to make a motion to include and approve funding for a capital budget analyst, events and marketing manager, and planning position out of the general operating fund of our 2025-2026 budget.
You have a second?
And can we ask staff, I mean, I've made notes, but I'd rather hear staff, since they put this actually in the budget as part of our strategic plan, I'd like for them to explain why they feel like this is important. Funding the three positions of capital budget analyst, events and marketing, and the planning position.
Yes, so in the follow-up report to county council, I did share the position justifications for each of those three. So any position that I've requested in the recommended budget, we have a justification for, and it's multiple pages of information. I think just to be brief, the events and marketing position is something that as we listen to county council talking about what you want to do with our parks and the opportunity for bringing in revenue like all the other municipalities do with events, we were focused on creating that same synergy in our organization. And so that position would have helped with events, but it also would have helped with marketing, which is something that county council has wanted us to put forward and work on in a new way. The principal planner, there's been a lot of conversations about future planning and getting out ahead of the growth and thinking about town centers and other types of updates. I know that there's an interest to do an update to small area plans. Our current future planning staff, their focus really is on rezonings. As you all know, we have a lot of rezonings here in York County. So they're not able to get out ahead of it and do future planning, and that was the vision for this position, which is why I thought it was so important. And then the capital budget analyst, I have talked with you all about that before. One of the things we're trying to do in our CIP is to build the projects you've asked us to build them quickly and under budget. We need a centralized position to help us manage that. Capital projects are things that are done across a number of departments. There's a number of budget accounts related to capital projects. The capital budget analyst would be an internal consultant to help us manage all of those projects to make sure they're done on time and under budget, and give me somebody in my office that's looking at all that and helping me know who's behind, who's ahead, and what we need to do to make sure that we're creating and building the types of things that we need to be built. There's a number of efficiencies that a position like this could encourage. I understand it might not be the year for these three positions, but that's why I put them in the budget. And I would never ask for something that we didn't need, but that's the brief summary in those three.
I'll add a couple of comments since I made the motion. You know, the planning position, Josh mentioned the town centers, which I think are important throughout the county and the areas that are going to be seeing growth, to actually have a town center where people come in and park their car and then take advantage of the services around them. Our natural resources like the Catawba River, actually intentionally planning to utilize the river in some of our future planning for York County, I think is important. Emerging commercial trends, for instance, up on Carowinds Boulevard. Maybe Carowinds Boulevard ought to be a entertainment district. But we need someone that actually focuses and starts working on this so that it comes to fruition at some point in time in the future. Capital projects, earlier we talked about, I brought up Catawba Bend and Wood End. It was said that that's a 5-year out. Well, who's responsible for planning that out and understanding what the cost is going to be and how we're going to pay for this, along with all the other obligations we have in front of us that I won't mention you all are aware of. Events and marketing. It was said in the notes that were sent over to us that this person would be responsible for currently 30 events, but there are about 20 more that they would be taking on. And, you know, we don't know what the economic impact of that would be for them managing up to 50 events. But they would partner with key stakeholders throughout the county. Helene that came through, City of Rock Hill, actually organized pretty quickly and had citizens and employers and just a lot of people out helping with the cleanup. We didn't necessarily do anything. This person would be responsible for those types of pop-up events. So anyway, I think these 3 positions are critically important. It complements our strategic plan, which we have spent over a year working on. So I think it would be detrimental if we put off funding these positions for another year.
Ms. Roddy?
I thought we had this town center conversation before that, and I think I shared in some more council members kind of was in line. I don't think a core function of county government is to create town centers. That's why they call them town centers, because they're in municipalities or towns. I don't think if we do anything different, adding positions back, now we're back on the table of having a tax increase. We've already went public saying, hey, we removed the 1.5 mills countywide. We've removed the 1.5 mil unincorporated tax on county citizens. Are we saying that if we put this back in, and I'm going to ask this to Kevin and Josh, if we put these positions back in, we're now back to looking to add mills back into the budget, which changes where we're at now. Is that an accurate statement? If we're adding more positions back?
I think anytime you add ongoing expenses, you need to look at
A millage.
ongoing revenue. Yes.
So I'm not for adding these positions back when I voted to take them out, because for some reason, everybody started getting phone calls about increasing taxes, so we had to try to do something to appease a few people who were calling upset about a millage increase. We cut things out the budget to get it down to where we're not taxing. And I've said it up here the last 10 years. I'm the lone Democrat up here. And we got Republicans talking about raising taxes, and I'm the Democrat. You would think it would be the opposite way around, me trying to push for millage increase and increase this and give money here, give money there. But some of my colleagues who are Republican by name, I guess that's why they call them rhinos, because they run as a Republican, get elected as a Republican, but here they are wanting to raise taxes and give money away. I've been consistent. We got to start making a decision on which lane we're going to get in. I'm not for raising the taxes. I'm not for adding the positions back. And I'm not for just handing out money. But if we do not need to be focusing on being prepared to do town centers, leave that to the municipalities. We have bigger things that we need to focus on. And I'm not doing anything tonight that's going to raise taxes, increase millage. At third reading, we done this last year. At third reading, we bombarded staff with all kind of changes, and it went through, and nobody was happy at the end of the day. I'm not making any changes to what we have if it requires us increasing taxes, increasing mills.
Well, here's my. You wanna go for
I'm
it?
going.
Go for it.
Wait a minute, wait, it's not a motion, this is an amendment. The amendment that we're debating right now is Mr.
yeah, that's
Huckabee's, Huckabee's amendment. We'll go down the line.
Oh.
And the amendment, just to make sure everybody's aware, is to to put the 3 positions that were eliminated at the last council meeting back into the budget.
So here's my concerns, I'm not hung up on raising or lowering taxes. It's doing what's best for the county and making the best operations. If we just make blanket statements, they're going to be hard to overcome. We got to look at every instance as its own idea. While I don't necessarily agree with having all 3 of these positions today, I would support this in and of itself because while we've now told people and we've reduced the taxes, these positions are needed. They're needed for this county to run efficiently and to run the best it can be. And so one day, and maybe it's next year, we're going to ask for these positions, and it is going to cause an increase. But there's also going to be other things we're going to need. We're going to need to fund parks. And if we keep cutting things, we're not going to be able to fund our parks. The operation of the county doesn't get cheaper the bigger it gets. The larger our population gets, the more services we offer. Those don't come with a reduced price tag. And so to sit here and kick the can down the road even further, which has already been done for the last umpteen decades. I mean, look at the condition of our road system. Eventually, we're going to need to fix roads, whether we want to or not. And other infrastructure is going to be required, whether we want to or not. It is much easier on the population, on all of us, to do these things incrementally rather than getting hit with a 50 or 100% assessment all of a sudden in a single year to start fixing things because we ignored it. Look at all the condos down in Florida. Those people were living the high life, not paying very many fees, but then all these assessments came up, and now they're getting hit with $50,000 and $100,000 a year one-time fees, and they're going bankrupt or out of business or having to be foreclosed on, and that's what's going to happen to us. We're going to end up in a bad situation because we didn't plan thoroughly through this. So, like I said, while I don't necessarily agree with these 3 positions, I would definitely pick one. I think the events planner would bring the return back on the amount that we pay. I think we need to really think hard about how we are funding this government in general.
So I guess this question goes back to the staff on here. When we look at balancing our budget, we also look at what is our fund balance. And when you look at the fund balance that we currently have now, with these positions, my ask would be, how can we offset the cost of these positions through our fund balance? And maybe as a one-time cost this year in order for us to get it, and come out of it at least keeping our checkbook balance, but look at it from a fund balance perspective.
So I think similar to what was done earlier in the conversation, anytime we use fund balance, we want that to be one-time funding.
Can't be
So
reoccurring.
if we're talking about positions, I would say, it really needs to be an ongoing revenue to afford positions. I think it's better not to do the 3 positions if fund balance is the only option. And so I would say that, anytime we're looking at a revenue situation that can't afford it, that we don't do that. I think if there's an opportunity to think about what other revenue could be utilized, it would need to be beyond a fund balance. So that really should be projects, one-time studies, those types of things to make sure we're consistent.
So, from, looking at these positions, I think out of the positions, I think the event and the marketing manager has a rate of return on that. I think that would be extremely beneficial for the county. So that would be my thoughts.
You don't have any comment?
I made all my comments before. I
Okay.
stand with what I said.
I'm hearing all of the comments that all of our council's making, and I think that we all understand that we are going to have to, if we mean what we say, when we come up with the plans, we're going to have to fund them. I think that the key for me is that we need to have the plans in place, and this is going to be my ongoing comment, but I do think that it's hard to figure out where to cut in order not to have a tax increase. I supported removing it so that we don't have a tax increase this year, but I am certainly willing to consider it going forward as part of the next year's budget. There were 18, I think, approved positions in the general fund, and I think the county has put in a lot. I think that marketing, I do have a thought as I'm sitting here, and it's dangerous when you start thinking and start throwing out ideas. I do think that an events coordinator for the parks probably should be something that's funded through park fees. I mean, I would consider that more than I would increasing taxes to do that. It seems to me that that would be a place to look at that, and I know that there's got to be a motion on that in order for us to fix that. But I will not support that this year, but understand and appreciate management's request on that. So I think everybody's spoken that wants to speak on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
All right, so the amendment fails 6-1. Do you have any more amendment?
Go ahead.
Oh, you want to go one down the line?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you can go,
What-
Tom, here,
Where we at? On motion?
if you want to make an
Oh,
amendment.
okay. I've been sitting here so long, about to fall asleep.
What-
All right, I got a motion I want to give for the 4-H personnel extension office, the 23,413 they requested, and the soil and water, the 2,325, and would like to taking it from the fund of the county manager's advertisement fund, which is in the FY '26 recommended projects and incentives.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
So that we're clear, where's this money coming from out of?
It's coming out of
Yeah. So one of the
Ain't got no
visions of the
page.
events and marketing position was to have additional advertising revenue so that we could do more advertising. But if we're not going to have the events and marketing position, we might not need as much advertising money. So we asked for both of these things in combination.
So the advertising dollars came with the position?
Not necessarily. We do some advertising. We've had a line item for that, but we increased it knowing we were going to be doing more advertising because we were going to have an events person pushing that out. So it's okay to reduce that to some degree. I think the line item for a potential lobbyist is another thing to look at in my budget because, we might not need as much funding for that. Contracted services next year as we thought we might need. So that's another option too. But the advertising was connected to that position. And we would do a lot more advertising if we had that position. So I think it's an option.
So is the money there to do what Tom needs to have done?
So I'd have to add the total. So I think he said 2,500 plus 23,000.
23,000.
Yeah.
It was 23,413 and plus 2,325.
So about
Yes, I
25,000.
think there's money to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is not gonna, no additional meals, it's just,
We won't do as much advertising as we would have done if we had the money, but like I shared, we don't have that position to lead the efforts, so that was already gonna happen.
So if we take this money at this time and transfer it to there, then it would probably not be worthwhile to make another motion just for the events person.
I think it would.
I mean, because I'd hate to then hire somebody that doesn't have any money sitting there.
So that's why these two things go hand in hand. If we're not gonna have the position, we don't necessarily need all the,
Advertisement.
the advertisement.
Well, can we do it without adding a position? For what Tommy's asking for? For Tommy, for the 4-Hers.
Yeah, I mean,
So
the
his,
position could still be filled and not even affect the advertisement side, right, Josh?
But you're asking for 25,000 for the 4-H.
Well, all total, am I not correct, Josh, it's over what, 150,000?
so you have, you're asking for $25,000 and change. And so in the manager's office budget, we asked for an increase of 100,000 for contracted services. Then we asked for an increase of 50,000 for advertising. Is that correct,
That's correct.
Trish? Yeah. So what his motion is saying is he's gonna take a portion of that 50,000 and put it towards the two things he brought up. So,
Yeah.
yes, you could do
And-
that if you wanted to.
And the main reason is, see, back years ago, we had at least, well, actually, we had 4 at one time, but we had 3 steady Clemson extension agents. And basically, now we're the largest 4-H group in the state, and they just need help. And plus, on the soil and water side, that's a lot of people use that for testing agronomy of soil and all.
Well, maybe they should pay higher user fees for that to offset it, but
Well-
what I'm
well,
gonna
they
say is, I support
do.
both of those opportunities. I just want to point out, this is the first step on the tax increase for next year.
Well, what I was trying to do is find a way to get you that 25,000 without reworking the whole budget, no meal increase, not hiring a new position. And my question directly to staff was, can we do this without hiring somebody and putting another $50,000 on top for advertising?
I think what I'm confused about is, can we do what?
Give Tommy put the 25,000 in for the 4-Hers.
So my understanding is that that's what he's proposing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about 25,000. Can we do it? Because if you say yes, I'm gonna support it.
What I'm saying is we'll do less advertising by that amount.
But if we don't have the position, so it's gonna be less advertising anyway. So let's do it. I'll support it. That's all, I just wanted to get to that.
All right,
Tommy, you got my support on it.
thank you. Thank you.
Any other discussion? I think I'll just say with the advertising piece, if that could be a one-time expense if there were, I gotta quit doing that, it's getting late. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Do we have any other amendments?
Yeah, I've got one here. So I would like to take the funds based on our budget proposal from the information technology section. $78,000 for UPS replacement and countywide camera replacement of $50,000. It's a total of $128,000 in total. I'd like to use those funds to fund several different opportunities here. $15,750 to Keystone as part of what their ask additionally was, but again, it at least gives them a small amount. Pathways would get $25,000. Safe Passage would get $25,000. Catawba Mental Health would get $25,000. The coroner's office would have a funded position for investigation tech for $38,500. And then lastly, Visit York County would get the difference, which is $23,750. So totally offsetting the difference in cost, and it equal $128,000. Yeah.
How much?
$23,750.
So
it's
Do we
total
have a
offset.
second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second.
Here's my answer.
Can we just clarify I want to make sure we clarify the motion. We've got, the request was
And we want
for-
to check the math, we need to calculate.
What I'm
that too,
hearing, I'm trying to look at my notes, 15,750 for Keystone, 25 for Safe Passage, 25 for Catawba Mental. How much?
38,500 for investigation tech, and then lastly, $23,750 for Visit York County, equaling 128,000, which is the total amount offsetted by the cost of the UPS and the camera replacement.
But is this 128 a one-time deal because it's reoccurring?
So a couple things. If you're asking about the camera and the UPS replacement, those are conceivably one-time things, so you could utilize fund balance or something else for those. But Trish, could you pull up, and I know we shared this in a follow-up report, but the evidence tech for the coroner's office, what was the total in that follow-up report?
Is this for the citizen one or the forensic one?
One of the proposals was that the coroner offered up was to make it a, non-sworn position. I think at that point, I think what we included in the follow-up report was a salary of 38,100.
100, okay, so.
That's correct. That was for the evidence technician.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would give you $400 for the cameras.
That's
So
a
we-
used phone.
There you go.
So my question now begins to be, the coroner's position is a reoccurring. The Keystone, Safe Passage, and Catawba Mental Health, those are one-timers. So which part of money are we in? Because if we funding a position, that's a reoccurring, and it's more than just a one-time.
So typically, again, I've only been here a year and change. The starting point that the nonprofits come to you for is what they received the prior year. So I think in terms of funding the nonprofits, you do have to think about this as reoccurring. If you do up the amount you're giving them, I think they're gonna ask for that same amount next year. And so, the two items that Councilmember Audette brought up are both in the general fund operations. So taking those out would account for an ongoing expense conceivably. And you could decide to either delay those for a year and do it in a year, or you could potentially, use fund balance or something like that for that. But that would be up to y'all. Yeah, and then one thing we'd want to bring up, and this is just what happens as we try to answer these questions as we go, we are concerned that potentially the 38,100 doesn't include benefits, but we could calculate that real quick too. So that's just something to consider.
Well, I know from previous budgets, whether it's Catawba Mental Health, Safe Passage, and Keystone, the last several years, we have increased those. I know Catawba Mental Health was increased significantly because the prior year, they were only at, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin, they were only at $10,000 prior to last year. And they went from 10,000, and they're well worth what they were doing. They went from 10,000 to 100,000. So we're looking to go from 100, from 10 to 125 in 2 years. If we can do it, that's one thing. Then Safe Passage, I think they asked for an additional 60,000 this year above what they got last year. But don't know.
We have any other discussion, comments going down the line? I might have a question about the one-time funds. would we not just do a one-time allocation for those? And then, I guess I'm wondering how I'm lumping them all together. They're pretty different requests, but look,
And what he's saying, if we give them, if we add this to what they're getting this year, of course, they're not gonna come back next year and ask for less. So this is gonna be
It's typically
basically a
ongoing.
reoccurring, because we're not gonna come in next year and cut them back.
well,
cut
I
this
have
25
noticed,
out.
I do think there is a concern that when you provide funding for an entity and that the state, I don't know, that the state will start backing off of the amounts that they appropriate for them to the extent that they have them. With Keystone, I thought that they were getting opioid funding and additional funding outside of the piece. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, and I think Ms. Startup can talk to that. Keystone receives all our opioid funding right now, which is, I'm not sure exactly how much. Trish, you can probably speak to that better.
I don't have the approximate number, but they don't receive it all. The solicitor's office is also receiving some this year. But before the solicitor's office received money, our SCORP dollars, York County SCORP dollars, have gone to Keystone for their programming.
Is it money that's left?
So they're getting additional money outside of our budget.
I got just one item, just to try to help this thing move along.
Well, we still.
We talked
I
about
know,
yours.
I'm talking about his
Oh, okay,
item
go
still.
Oh,
Can you adjust it to make the UPS replacement and camera replacement be or funded through the one-time fund also? Get all that in one motion?
I can modify it.
Can we do that?
Yeah. I mean,
I don't want those two projects to disappear, and
Okay.
that will get my support as long as I know
Okay.
that those two items are funded.
well, if I can get you on board, man, I'm good with
So
that.
are you,
I'm,
you're moving to amend your motion
yeah,
to also find the funding for those two
yes.
areas to come out of one-time fund balance?
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and amend the motion, as you stated, for the county camera replacement and the UPS to come out of existing fund balance.
And I'll second that.
Well, I think we have to have the original seconder agree. Who was the second?
I was,
Do you agree?
yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, if you could go through the dollar amounts one more time so we could make sure that they match. I know
So
we're working
I
on
had-
minutes over here.
I'll start again. For Keystone, $15,750. Safe Passage, $25,000. Catawba Mental Health, $25,000. Evidence Tech for the coroner's office, $38,100. And then $23,750 for Visit York County.
When we calculate the benefits.
I can't hear.
When we calculate the benefits for the coroner,
Mhm.
would you mind changing your motion to where whatever those benefits might be would come out of your last item, the CVB, the funding from there?
Yeah, I mean, there's, right, well, there's
Oh, my gosh.
additional short,
Because at that salary, you're looking at about 40% benefits on there. The position's probably going to be somewhere in the mid to low 50s with benefits on top of it.
okay. All right, so
Why don't you throw in
to
the
motion, to modify the motion to have the cost of the benefit come out of the Visit York County amount. So I'm going to modify my motion to have the benefits for the investigation tech come out of Visit York County, $23,750.
So we need to reduce the 27,750 to what?
This is not how I would do the motion, but I need to
Yeah,
make
that's
sure I'm
kinda all over
following
the
it.
place. Yeah,
I'm just
that's-
sitting here like
you
we're
need-
getting all up in here.
Yeah, that's, okay,
Well-
are you good with that?
Yeah,
Okay.
easy come, easy go. I second.
Well, here's another twist, because I was going to ask that the CVB brought up to 500,000, because of the new money that's coming in from Fort Mill.
That's coming up in the accommodations tax conversation.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to know what his number was, so we can.
So we can pull
reduce
that
So
out.
you're gonna offset the
So you, now you
Well,
can
you-
pull, you
okay,
can pull
well,
the
then-
CVB back out, because
Yeah,
we're
can
gonna
pull- all
address
right,
that.
Then that's, okay, there you go.
Yeah, we're gonna address that
Okay.
coming up.
I think
All
we
right.
got a winner.
I think we got a
I
winner.
would really,
So,
Oh,
so
wow.
let me go ahead and redo the motion one more time, if you're all right with that? Okay. So I have a motion,
New money that's coming in from Fort Mill
to
Care Wins, because
request $15,750 for Keystone, $25,000 for Safe Passage, Catawba Mental Health, $25,000, for the coroner's office, investigator tech, $38,100 plus the cost of benefits, okay? And to continue to fund the cost of the county cameras replacement and the UPS replacements based on funds coming from the fund balance.
that
Yes, second.
is, the-
Difference between those two, because you did not mention the CVB, but the remainder is going to go
he's
to
eliminating
CVB.
it.
I'm eliminating.
You're eliminating it.
I'm eliminating it. Yeah, it's going to come out of a different motion.
Eliminated it. Got to keep up. All right, so, is
Okay.
you second?
Second.
Okay.
Are we good? All right. Any other discussion on that amendment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Ugh, I really have a problem with it, but I'm going to say aye. Okay.
So I do have one more amendment.
Not only one tonight.
Yeah. I
Come
know.
on.
Come back
I
next
think-
month,
I
come
think
back
you-
next
think you
month.
No, no, I got one
All
more.
right, this one ain't gonna be that easy.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, ready?
Wait, I do want to make sure that it's clear that all of these amendments are not increasing taxes.
go.
Now, I do have an amendment to add back in the rec funding. Can I get a second? Hey, look, I can't stop. I got to go all the way to the end.
All right, am I up? Am I up?
Motion fails for
Thank
lack
you.
of a second.
Well, let me go ahead and
Mr.
get mine
Roddy,
on
you're
time.
next.
So, this motion, I'd like to make a motion to amend it, to increase the CVB's budget up to $500,000 due to the new funds that's gonna be coming in accommodations tax from the hotels on Carowinds Boulevard.
All right.
We're getting ready to discuss
This,
that in a
that's a
So, do I
different
need to-
item
Yeah.
under the ATAX piece.
Coming up later.
Well, I can, okay, well, I'll reserve that to after we come from executive session.
I guess the question that I have, though, if that's an issue that's coming up, I'm looking at the ATAX recommendations, and there is a finite list of funds. Are we going to have to move those, or is it just allocation of the one-time funds that are not part of that recommended allocation?
For example, if you would want to move 50,000 more to CVB, would take that from one of the listed projects.
So in order to do what
is
Mr.
it
Roddy's
list?
wanting to do, he has to reallocate something from someone else in that recommended piece. That one-time funding is in this is in that recommendation.
I don't have.
I need to get the answer to that. The one-time allocation money is in that piece.
And we can put that up on the screen when we get to that item.
I think the problem is if there's not support for the ATAX reallocation of these other projects, you've got to figure out where it's going from and where it's going to, unless you find a different
Understood.
funding source.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure
So
the
conceivably,
council is clear.
Council could address, the motion about the additional 50,000 now if you want, instead of waiting. But there is a way to do it with ATAX later in the evening, so.
Mr. I just wanted you to make sure that you knew.
Okay, well, if we can address it afterwards, we're fine. Because we can move anything off of that list over to the CVB outside of our budget.
But then that person loses their allocation unless you do something. So,
But conceivably, for the first time, we've put our county projects in there as other municipalities has asked for the money, so we did put in requests of our own this time. But you could take 50,000 from one of our requests. You could do that. So there's options.
I just want to make that clear. All right, so do we have any other amendments?
Go ahead. I'll go next. So the first one I would like to make is
to amend the budget to allocate $60,000 from the from the H-tax surplus that was a result of A-tax funding to Catawba, no. Let me start that whole thing over. It's an amendment to allocate $60,000 to Field Day Park from the H-tax surplus that is a result of A-tax funding to Catawba Bend.
Second.
Okay.
So, just so all of y'all know, Catawba Bend was put in a project for A-tax funds. They got that funded through A-tax, which then you left some H-tax funds now in surplus. So I am requesting to use some of those funds, the $60,000, to refund back to Field Day Park to avoid the .2 mil increase that was going to result from from reallocating the funding. But because we've got this extra funding now due to A-tax funding, I would like to do that.
Do you understand why you got the additional funding from A-tax? It's important probably to know that.
I do know why. Do I have to explain it?
No, that's not how.
No, but we'll be discussing that when we get to visit York County too, though, so,
That's right.
yeah.
Just so I'm clear, are all the projects that we've slated for funded accordingly? And does this accomplish that without a tax increase?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments from management on that? Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion, amendment carries.
Okay,
I think we got one more.
I got one.
okay.
This one's even worse. All right, so I want to motion to amend the budget to eliminate the daily access fees for all York County residents and increase the fees for out-of-county residents as necessary to be revenue neutral on the affected park budgets, and to implement a minimal administrative fee for York County residents to obtain a county resident sticker so as to increase efficiency in accessing the parks.
Do we have a second?
Second.
M&M stickers.
All right, would you like to explain your motion?
So this goes back to what we were kind of have talked about for a lot of the year, which is since the county, or since all of the taxpayers in York County, the municipalities and in the unincorporated parts, are paying taxes for our Catawba Bend, Ebenezer, and Allison Creek, what we would like to do, or what I would like to do, is to allow all the residents to have free access and not have to pay. And now this doesn't include the RV camping and pavilion rentals and things like that, but just daily access to go in there, walk around and do their things, but charge the out-of-county residents a higher fee because they don't pay taxes in the county, but their current fee schedule, there wasn't much difference between the two. So we want them to actually have, to be more market value as comparable to other municipalities and state parks, and commercial campgrounds be more in line with them, so that our county residents actually get a benefit from paying taxes for all of these parks.
I would ask if our assistant manager, Tom Couch, could speak a little bit to that and maybe share some of the questions we might have about that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. County Manager. Councilman Linton, I think one of the things that we have to consider if we're going to lower the fees in that fashion and I know we had a little bit of a discussion today, but I think our concern would be a little bit of administrative difficulty because we've already issued, I think, over 500 annual passes for Ebenezer, and I'm not sure what we've done with Allison and so forth, but you know, while I think your proposition is indeed very noble and worthwhile to consider, I wonder if you wouldn't give additional consideration to either, when it comes to the annual pass, putting a sort of a sunshine date on it for June the 30th for those passes, and then try to reconcile the lowering or elimination of any in-county fees till the next budget year. We're just trying to also be considerate of the staff who would have to work this out and potentially give refunds to individuals who have already purchased a multitude of those annual passes. And again, a worthy and a noble idea, but I'm not sure we can measure the actual impact of the administrative burden until we begin to execute what you've asked.
I thought am I good? So, we've had conversations about implementing stickers to use our recycling centers years ago, and not so fond of that one. And trying to make sure every county resident, every household gets a pass or a sticker to put on a vehicle. I think that's a nightmare. Yeah, we could mail out with a tax bill, but somebody's going to get one of these stickers mailed to their house who don't even have a car. They're going to give it to somebody, maybe they're from North Carolina, wherever they're going to pull up, and now they got access to a park. We just talked about not giving things away. Things cost. We're going to have to tax for it. We're going to have to pay for it. I've been here for 2 major projects at Ebenezer Park, over $12 million. Yeah, we have good tax. We have a good tax base of our citizens paying into it, but we just can't turn around and say, hey, here it is for free. I do agree with charging out-of-state, out-of-county people more, but we can't just turn it over for free. I think that's an administrative nightmare, and it's not, we're gonna create more headache than we are good. I mean, we already went from, I think it was $5 a car. So if you put a family of 4 in a vehicle, driving to Ebenezer Park, you paid $5. Now I think we're changing that to, what is it? What's that new fee, Trish? Is it $3 or $4 a piece, if it stands right now? I think it's $3 a piece, so per family member. I think, you know, where else can you go in America with a family of 4, pay $12, enjoying a really nice park? I think, you know, we can't give this stuff away. You know, our tax base here is, and I've said it for years, you can find somebody to pull the video. Our tax base, what we charge on a residential home, is nowhere cheaper east of the Mississippi. Because we got people moving in this community talking about, is this my quarterly tax bill? I say, no, sir, this is your annual tax bill. Oh, I'm from California, I pay $30,000 a year. I'm from New Jersey, I pay $25,000. So if we're gonna have nice things and pay for them, we gotta get something for them. And our parks are never gonna be in the black. That's not the object of parks, to operate in the black. It's to provide a quality amenity, offset some of the costs. Some of the costs. There's no way we can recoup that kind of money year after year for Ebenezer Park. There's no way we can recoup $20 million or whatever we spend on.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Roddy.
I'm not
I'm
supporting
trying to understand the motion, because I thought the motion was, basically, we're trying to make sure that any increase, that we offset that with out-of-county non-residents. But y'all got to find out where you're going to increase that to make sure that everybody in the county
Can come for free.
can come for free, right?
I think that's a disaster waiting.
Yeah, and all we're saying is the one challenge we're gonna have is people have already bought annual passes for next year, because it's based on the date they bought it, so there's
When
some
were they
people-
sold?
This month, people have bought annual
They just
passes,
open
and it
back up.
goes for 12 months.
It's frustrating me that
So-
we've been
so
talking
we
about
could-
this for a
We
month.
would have to figure out how to prorate back to those people, or they wouldn't get money back for what they paid for the next 12 months. That's all we're
Right.
saying is, it's not something we can't work through. We could figure it out, but there's some people that have paid for next year already in their annual pass. That's all we're trying to bring up.
Is that, I mean, increasing the cost? I mean, when I saw the spread, I'm trying to understand the spreadsheet on, you know, that we were way or woefully low on what you charge for the overnight stays, for that sort of thing. Are you saying that you can't I'm trying to make sure I understand the motion, because I did understand that council up here, the majority did want to find a way to say, look, you're not, nobody in the county is going to get charged to go into a county park, and we're going to find a way to make sure that out-of-county folks make up that
The
difference.
motion was for daily use, not for overnight use.
Right.
Was that,
Yeah.
was that intentional,
It
or
was.
can we ask them to
Well, I didn't
find
want-
it?
I didn't want tent and RV camping. That's a different thing. That's an actual cost that I didn't think that we would, residents, I think they still need to pay that cost.
Oh, yeah, I think the non-resident can pay more, is
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in support of what you're doing. I mean, you've got, the municipality is gonna be paying 1.5 mils now.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
The
they are.
1.5 mils is not in this budget. Where have you
What are
been?
you talking about? They
Time
will
out.
be paying it.
Time out. Mr. County Manager, do we have the 1.5 countywide mill in this budget?
Y'all
We took it out.
Y'all took a millage increase out.
We took it
in the
out.
second
Where have you
reading.
been?
You're talking about the millage, I'm talking about the millage
No.
increase in municipalities.
Nope, we didn't put it
They never
in.
were
Okay,
paying that
let's,
before.
I'm
It's
gonna
not
bring
in.
this back together. The motion was specific enough to daily use rates, and so if that's creating an issue, I would want to know, is there a way to change it to where you found, to not limit it to daily use rates, in order to find that balance?
I'd have to ask Tom and obviously our Parks Director. I think that the more simple you make it, the better. So if it's daily use this year, we could look at other rates next year, but I think that's an option. But I think daily use makes sense, because people are coming in, using the park, and then they're leaving. If you're
Yeah.
staying overnight, there's increased costs that come from that, and staff needs to provide that work. So
Right.
I think coming in and going for a walk doesn't increase, the work the
Operating
staff's gonna do that day. So I think daily use makes sense. As Tom shared, we're gonna have to think about the considerations that come in terms of paying people back, how we're gonna do that, if they've already paid the funds this year, and how we might implement this.
So,
Can we
I was
please-
gonna let you provide this, because I did talk to
Tom.
Mr. Couch and Mr. Madden about this a little bit, and they did express issues with their fairness of the annual passes. Let me just say that I bought one that ain't expired either, so, I mean, I'm in the same boat with everybody else. Mine's 4 months old, I think, but, it's just like anything else. You just happen to miss out on it, and the cutoff is the cutoff, and, well, I kind of hate that, but
If I may,
that's my opinion. But anyway.
and if I may interject, I think too, and if Mr. Madden will affirm or confirm, I think in order to make it revenue neutral, we'd have to hit price points with out-of-county daily pass users. Isn't that correct?
I think
To make it revenue neutral.
when we looked at, to stay revenue neutral, excluding the annual passes, we'd basically be doubling the out-of-county cost. What I would suggest is either, if somebody comes in and wants a refund, I'd like us to have the ability to pay them back if council's fine with that. And when we look at that, and maybe the multiplier is 2.5 times or something like that, but if we could have a mechanism in place where we could replace the funding for the annual passes, if those citizens choose to come in, I agree with you, Mr. Litton, most are likely not to, but if somebody shows up, I just like a mechanism, I think it's just fair to be able to pay them back. And if your latitude on what that daily rate charge is to allow them to pay them back, we can, to do some numbers at a very high level as to what that might be, And I'll also just throw this in there, having dealt with this discussion for years and a bit familiar with the stickers. If you took the sticker part out, that'd probably make it a lot better on staff as well, trying to hand out stickers.
Here's the idea behind the stickers, was so when we're pulling up to the gate, for all of y'all, we pull up to the gate, you're gonna be asking
For
your ID to
ID.
see where you come from. But if you've already got the sticker, you can go on through, so it helps the
back up traffic.
efficiency of moving through.
Yeah.
We send them down here, or they pick it up at the place, at the gate, they can get their sticker. But that was the case, so that we didn't end up with a line all the way out to Celanese from Ebenezer.
And I think we can move into that sophistication down the road in the future. But, we have to build that resource capacity in the technology.
I guess I'm just,
into our
That ain't
operating.
gonna
I'm
be
confused.
cheap.
If what we do is we vote tonight, hey, y'all need to find a way to make it revenue neutral. Y'all figure out how to do it, and if you got to honor a few of these annual passes for a year because they got in there while the getting was good, what's the problem? I'm confused with what's wrong with the motion.
We're just bringing that up as a potential point of
Okay.
conflict, just to give.
Well, I want to
all the
make sure I
context.
understand it, but I support the motion, and I'm not hearing why we shouldn't. And I think there's importance to having a sticker, because at least you have to go verify who you are, and whether it's a sticker or something, you have to go say who you are to get in there.
All right,
We just want to make sure staff has the opportunity
Well-
to design a process, that's all. That's what we're trying to do. Sorry for the interruption.
All right, can I get the floor back, please? So, y'all about made me lose my train of thought here.
Please.
Are we I'm not losing,
I just
So,
can't wait till
I
I find
swear,
out
I
how much
just-
these
I just-
stickers cost.
Yeah, it's gonna be a nightmare, but, damn it, y'all made me lose,
It's
I
already
really
being-
lost that
It's
train
already being
of thought.
administered.
I love the
It's not a
county.
nightmare.
You get to see the sausage made. We're
Yeah,
transparent.
we're making it tonight. I just don't see how, well, if staff figures it out, more power to them. But I do think we need to rethink the sticker issue, because I have 3 vehicles. Are we mailing out 3 stickers to each household by registration that's in the county? That would seem to be a logical thing to do. If I got 3 vehicles registered in my house,
You get in
The
free
county-
to the park, you just got to come up here, and when you pay your tax bill, get your little sticker.
Could staff have the time to develop a sticker program?
It doesn't have to be a sticker. I was just saying that's,
Okay.
whatever happened to be.
Something to verify that, okay.
Because, just think about it, if I went to the park last year and had to pay, I had to pull my money out, somebody had to take it. What's the big deal of me showing my driver's license, hey, I'm from Rock Hill?
because I have an annual pass and I just drive right through the gate,
Because-
that's why.
Because
It's
part-
not gonna
Part of
create
the
a backup.
complaint at Ebenezer Park is that the traffic backs all the way up to Mount Gallant Road.
It's gonna back up regardless of what we do,
Well,
because that is the popular
Not so
spot.
much if you have a way to get through.
I think the
gate.
motion's on the floor.
We'll work on the
I
operational
think
side
that
of it.
we need to have some kind of verification approach.
Just real quick, did I clarify, I don't know that my motion was clear after y'all asked, I don't know. The out-of-county rates, all of them were open to be raised, not just the daily rates. So the camping, tent,
Yes.
all of that stuff, but I'm only looking to eliminate the resident daily use. Yeah, so that helps y'all with that. Yeah, okay.
So county
Oh, this is what it
residents have, with a verification process, county residents have the right to attend any of the parks and access them without cost, except
Daily.
for specified areas, and that we're going to make up I wish you would have increased it so that we could get this events coordinator from the unincorporated, from the out of county, but
Yeah, you didn't wanna put it.
You want me to?
I think it's a
Ask me
great,
to amend it?
Pay by
This-
Pam for the
Second
fish,
confirm.
So it came back to me,
and they're right.
Please, can we make it clear? Josh, can we make it clear?
Fish you catch.
Can we make it clear that this budget does not have the 1.5 mil countywide tax in it?
we removed it.
I want the county manager to say it, because we still got council members thinking that the 1.5 mil countywide tax is still in there.
So I can answer that question again, but we do need a second for the confirmation.
On the confirmation of what?
Of what?
Of the restated motion.
The
The
sticker.
motion wasn't restated.
He thinks it's
It
still
was
in there.
refined.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to explain it. What I'm getting ready to say.
So,
All right, let's continue to move forward with this motion, if you can, Mr.
my
Roddy.
question was,
Wait, we're not, let's, you can ask that question when we finish this
Second.
motion.
Second.
We don't need a second.
Okay.
We need, is the motion clear? Motion to amend clear?
It's clear now, yes. I missed part of it, so I appreciate the.
Does the seconder agree with the
confirmation.
motion?
I agree.
All right. On this particular amendment, are your comments related to this amendment? They're not related to this
Well,
amendment.
somebody's made the comment during the discussion that the county, 1.5 mil countywide is still in the budget. And that's why our citizens shouldn't pay because they're already paying. My comment was, no, they're not paying because we didn't implement the 1.5 mil countywide.
Right.
That was said.
That is correct.
That was exactly what was said, that
All right.
county residents
So-
should be able to get in the park because they're paying the 1.5 mil. And my comment was, no, they're not paying the 1.5 mil because we took it out at the last budget meeting. I mean, on the last vote.
Okay.
Is that not accurate?
That's accurate.
Thank you, that's all I wanted to
All
know.
right, all those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, I have a motion to make. And I realize what I'm about to say is $1 million of what is keeping us from having a tax increase. But I think this is important, for what it's worth. So I have a motion to amend the budget, to reverse the motion in the second reading that requested $1 million in the ED FILO revenue be directed to fund the ED department operational expenses. Instead, approve the ED fund to fund the priorities that were collected by each economic development member and the ED board director at our March 6, 2025 meeting that is provided in your packet. It's in your packet. You can see Christie, what she noted as her priorities. You can see Tom Aldette's mine and our economic development director, Mitch Miller.
So as I understand, the motion is to increase the county millage by $1 million and to undo the use
Yes.
of that fund.
That is correct.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second for discussion.
Yeah, for discussion, yep.
Of course.
I'll be brief. I just,
Yeah.
when you go through this, if you'll take a minute, because this is what your council members said, your ED board council members said what they wanted the ED fund to be used for. And nowhere in our comments, not Christie's, not Tom's, not mine, not our ED director, did we mention anything about operational expenses. And if you go back and read the purpose of the ED fund, the purpose of the ED fund is to create economic development opportunities in York County. And that's where you get your return on your investment. I realize there's $4 million in this fund right now, so this is an easy fund to go raid so that we can balance this budget and not have a tax increase. But I just believe fundamentally that's the wrong place to take money. The last investment we made out of the ED fund was to the Chamber of Commerce, $300,000, $100,000. The last $100,000 will be in this budget this year. And that $300,000 investment has already had close to a $2.5 million impact for workforce development in York County. That's pretty significant. So going to fund an expense out of the ED fund, I just don't think it makes any sense. And I'd love to hear if county management or if our economic development director wants to add to anything that's been said, or if you want to massage what I've said, I'd love to hear it.
Here is, where you going?
I was just going to repeat what I shared last meeting. I think when you take money away from the ED fund, it limits our ability to do transformative projects in the future. If we're putting in about $1.3 million a year into the ED fund, if we're taking $1 million out every year moving forward, then you're really only adding about $300,000 a year. Obviously, that amount will grow with time. It's hard to project exactly. I know Kevin has come up with a spreadsheet that shows growth into the future. But right now we have a fund balance of about $4 million. And so that's what you'll have to work with moving forward for transformative projects, in addition to maybe $300,000 a year. So that's the sunk cost of doing this. I think it does limit us to some degree of what we're going to be able to do to recruit businesses. But we'll continue to do our best regardless of what funding we have.
Well, so the original you know, based on our conversation within the ED meetings, was the fact that we were moving forward to apply it to many different aspects of how we can not only bring in larger items, but even smaller items, right? Around small business, et cetera. So I think we're short-sighting us on this whole thing because, again, the value of what we can get out of that money, it will triple in value because of the new jobs, the new tax revenue that can be brought in based on those new jobs. I think that it's, to us, I mean, the designation of the economic development funds, I think we're short-sighting us if we start tapping into that because I think the value is self-explanatory, so.
My question was, if we are funding the board from the $1 million or funding the department, whatever we're funding with this $1 million, and there's only $4 million currently in there, if in the event that we don't get anything, additional funds coming in, do we then in 4 years have to find this in the general operations fund again? Or does the board just go, or does the department go away if we don't have this money?
The economic development FILO funding, that's going to be in place, like I used.
Perpetuity.
There was a super FILO recently done, and that's, I think, a 40-year term on that. We're going to collect that fee the entire duration of those FILOs. I think the shortest we do are 20 years, and it's almost recurring. I think one of the first ones we had over here in the county that we started in the 90s just re-upped in there for another term. So, I mean, I concur completely to what Josh said about that. There's an opportunity cost thing money out there, but I don't think there's a risk of us not collecting at least $1 million. That's not a realistic risk.
So, I do have a quick question, Kevin. So when we start looking at fee and lieu coming in and projected fee and lieu, I mean, do we project a higher increase? I mean, where are we percentage-wise? I mean, what are our long-term projections there?
Over the next 40 years. You just said it.
No,
Yeah.
go ahead.
The spreadsheet, and I prepared one last year, going to last year's budget, and then prepared another one for this year's budget. We, of course, had a very large FILO that went away. But we do have continuous growth in that program. And I think you're looking at probably another 3-4 years until that revenue was going to double. And the way I had it figured, the growth rate of those was based off of what we've historically done. And we've got some existing FILOs that we've got right now, I'm going to say signed up, but the revenue hasn't generated, are driving that projection. But there are always things that come along that we're not aware of at this point in time either. And realistically, I don't expect the county to slow down in the growth of FILOs. I think when I got here, we had 30-something FILOs. We're north of 100 right now. And, you know, we're very blessed with the interstate driving through us and our proximity to Charlotte, where that will continue.
Let me sum it up real quick. So what Kevin is saying, every year there's a tranche of money that goes into the economic development pot of money. That money is not going anywhere anytime soon. So the thought of money not being there to pay for this department is slim. Also, we're not giving up on being able to fund projects because every year we move money from our C funds over that can do road projects to help companies if they needed an intersection or something infrastructural. So there's money that we can use from the C funds that goes over there every year, and there's a pot of money that FILOs send money to a different pot every year. So we're not saying that we can't do some things for companies looking to relocate here. But keep in mind, if we put this back in the way it's being requested, we have to increase the millage, which is going to be it's going to be a tax increase to cover it. Because we just basically said we got over $1 million that we're going to run out of this economic development pot to pay salaries and do things for economic development. So if we put that back in play, we got to increase the mills to cover that.
So let me clarify something since you shared that. So there are $4 million in the fund. It creates roughly 1.3, 1.4 a year. So if our economic development director we just hired full-time actually does a great job at his job, and we take Aspen Park as an example that needs the extension from Museum Road to Heckle. We need to complete that extension. And when we do, we're going to create 1,331 jobs with a $1 million investment. That's going to generate $5.7 million in tax revenue. Now, that's just one project with 9 or 10 new businesses in that in Aspen Business Park. One example. And if we come up with 3 more, and I would hope to hell we would, the $4 million's gone. And that goes back to what Josh said. Then you got $1 million going out of the recurring money. You don't have but $300,000 or $400,000 left to invest in what the ED fund was intended for. Understand we want to avoid a tax increase, but using ED funds to pay for operational expenses is counterintuitive.
All right, so I've allowed all y'all to speak. Has everybody spoken on this side? Anybody want to speak over here? I think you already did.
I'm good with what I voted on.
Yeah.
You got anything to say?
Stick with it.
I do not support the motion. I think that if you have a plan and there's a transformative idea, then you find a way to get there. There isn't a plan yet. I still stand by the comments that I made. I also think that this fund is going to continue to increase, and we've been told it probably will replace itself in 3 years. And they're also, I think this council has also been very willing to entertain specific requests if something good were to come along. But I do think that I support what I stood by from previously. So all those in favor of the amendment, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
No. Amendment fails 5-2. Do we have any other amendments? Any other amendments? No. Any comments from management before we move forward? Anything lingering?
I just want to say thank you to our staff and to county council for working on the budget. This is one of the most important things we do every single year. I want to thank our budget director, Trish Startup, all of our directors who spent a lot of time working with their staff to determine what they requested, our assistant managers and our directors. This is the most important document we do every year. I do appreciate Kevin as our CFO speaking into this as well. And the amount of dedication our 2 new assistant managers, Tom and David, put into this budget this year, being new the last 6 months, I greatly appreciate it. I think it was a team effort. I appreciate all the work y'all put into it starting last summer in the strategic plan, but also starting in January. Y'all spent time every single month talking about it. And I think at the end of the day, not everybody might be happy with exactly what's in there, but I think we work together to try to get to a point where we think this is going to move the county forward and begin to implement our strategic plan. So I do think that there's important things included in this. They're going to help us take those next steps, and I appreciate how passionate y'all are about how we move forward as York County. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. And I know that our next item on the agenda is going to be. No, I know that. I know that. I'm waiting. I've got one thing that's lingering in my mind that I'm concerned about. So this is why I wanted to make clear. I'm trying to understand, before we close the budget, what Mr. Roddy said, and so that we're clear. As I understood, what you want to do with A-tax is move stuff around within what the proposal is in order to get to a number for a specific, for CVB?
Yeah.
Um,
Let's do it that way.
Well, I mean, I think,
Because
I would rather have a one-time, I would rather not take from folks in here unless you know
Okay.
where you're gonna take it from. I mean, I would rather have a one-time.
and my thought was and I met with Andy, we talked about the new money that's coming in from the hotels now being recognized in the unincorporated areas. Obviously, he's losing what the part with the city, but he wants to recoup some of that because of the new money that's going to be coming in under the accommodations tax, because these hotels are now deemed in the county to replace some of that funding and go up to 500.
So if I can just, I want to talk specifics because I don't want to close the budget out. So
Okay.
as I look at the recommendations that management or the A-tax committee has made, CVB typically gets 300, and they requested 300, but the recommendation was 150.
No,
on top
so-
of that.
So there's two buckets, and I think that might be where the confusion is, and Kevin can explain that. But the increase due to Fort Mill improperly cataloging their hotels is falling within the ATAX committee's realm. So I think Kevin can explain the two buckets. One of the buckets is currently 300,000, and then in addition to that is what the ATAX committee recommended. And I reviewed what they recommended, and I agree with them. I thought they had done a great job. So in theory, you got to add the 300 to the 150 to get 450 in total right now.
No, I've got that. I've got that.
Anything you want to add to that?
I think the question is, I understood that, and I
Okay.
understood it it's 300 plus the 150. I understood that Mr. Roddy wanted to get to 500.
500, another
And
50,000.
the only way to do that is to take it from one of these people in this pocket. And I really would rather avoid that. So I would suggest a one-time funding allocation of 50,000 to CVB in our budget so that we don't have to do that in the ATAX designation.
Well, I'm glad we got that, because I thought we were going to be able to do something with this, but it does make sense to make it a one-time allocation of 50,000 to add to this, to get them to 500. And we'll work with the CVB next year as to how we can reallocate some funds that's in the accommodations tax and what we're doing. So-
Yeah, I think the only concern we have is you're creating that ongoing expectation as a starting point. So, with
Well,
one.
I think this year's a little bit of an aberration because of the excess fees, so we'll have to deal with a total, it's going to be significantly different next year. So, is there a motion to amend to do that? Is that,
I'd like to make a motion that we do a one-time give to the CVB out of the, it can come from, can we do it from reserves? Or where are we gonna pull it from?
It would come from reserves if it's appropriation like that, but I just want to make sure I'm hearing you right. So your motion is to make sure, to have the CV get to a level of 500,000 of funding.
Yes.
So you're taking into account Mr. Audette's motion that's going to have some money for them as well.
no, that was
No,
eliminated.
that's why I told him he could take that back out, because I was
No, I
looking
was
to
Oh,
do
that's
that
right.
anyway.
Yeah.
That's the part,
We're good.
Do I need to say the motion again?
No.
No.
So that's my motion, to do a one-time allocation of an additional $50,000 to the CVB, paid out of reserves.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
And I'll say it is not going to increase the mill, it's not going to increase taxes, because we're going to take it out of the reserves.
Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, amendment carries. We're now back to the main motion to approve the budget as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed? No, opposed.
After
Oh,
all
really?
of that,
Oh,
5-2, we still have a 5-2 approval of the budget. All right.
Hey, point of motion, Visit York County is how they promote themselves, and we need to probably embrace how they want to be identified, because some of us are calling it the Convention and Visitors Bureau, which is not who they are any longer. It's Visit York County. So we probably need to adopt Visit York County, whatever we need to do to officially accommodate their name.
Where are we?
Well, I guess I'm just old school.
Oh, God, we still got this thing.
Yep.
All right, so item number 2, council to consider amending and second reading of an ordinance to amend the Code of County of York, South Carolina, Chapter 153, Section 153.31, and 153.32 for the purpose of reconstituting and restructuring the Economic Development Board and its membership, to prescribe the new composition of the board, to set out the appointment of its membership and designation of board members, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto.
Motion to approve.
Where are we?
What did you say?
We're on number 2 of old business.
Number 2.
This is the,
It's for,
to approve the board,
I need a second.
and it's currently written as 7 members.
Second.
Well, you have one
Okay,
person
motion
for-
and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, we had a recommendation from our Economic Development Director. It was sent to all council members to expand the board from 7 members to, and that's in the packet that you got in your stapled packet of information from me, But anyway, it had short list of groups that he thought would make sense to be included in the budget. I agree, as Economic Development Chair, that we ought to broaden this to a group greater than 7 members appointed by county council members. I feel like we're appointing another political board and not a board that is truly going to be impactful in helping the Economic Development Director and his staff do a tremendous job on behalf of our abilities to recruit businesses to York County. So I'd ask for an amendment to include these groupings. If y'all want to read them, or I can read them out loud. They're in your packet, not in your packet that the county gave you, the packet that I typed up.
So I did just want to clarify, though, I don't think our Economic Development Director asked for 4 more positions. I think where we started as a starting point is there are certain things that we really need in our membership, and there's criteria that we would need if y'all are going to do only 7. And so I don't want to split hairs, but I'm going to try to do this. I think what Mitch and I are saying is there's qualifications that we think we need represented on this board, however many people y'all decide. If you're not able to get those types of qualifications or meet those criteria that we think are important, you could potentially consider ex officio members to represent that perspective. And so you could consider more of 7 too, but I just want to make clear that as staff, we're trying to speak more to what we need this board to achieve. And so as you see the ordinance that's attached, we've worked with the county attorney's office to include achieving the things that the ED committee set out to do. And Mitch and I can answer those questions, but I just want to make clear, we're not out here saying a certain number. We're saying we need the board to be able to do X, Y, and Z. And if with your 7 appointments, they're not able to do that, consider either adding more positions to do that, or ex officios, or potentially you find those in your appointments. But more than anything, it's important for us to know exactly what we're going to ask this board to do, which is what we spent a lot of time updating the ordinance on since you last talked about it. So, Mitch, if there's anything you'd like to add to that, I'd ask that. But I think I've tried to summarize that the best I could.
Did you want to say? So, Mitch, were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
Don't force him.
He forced it.
He forced him.
While he's walking up here, has this been noticed for a public hearing?
Don't know that it has.
I'd like to know that, please.
So let me,
I just say this, I think the perspective that's really important to us, and I think where we can see value is,
Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
sorry. I think what's important for us, the perspective and value is what is the purpose and objectives, and those are outlined. I think it's A through I in the document that you see. And so that gives us a call to action, that gives the board members a call to action, and it allows us the ability to go out and do exactly what we're aiming to do. So as we look at types of members, that's why we want to provide those just for consideration, because we think that could help us accomplish the mission. My perspective is, though, is the mission is the most important thing that we're focused on.
Thank you. So the motion I agreed, when I did the motion on here, my understanding was what we came out of the ED committee was we had voted to do one per district.
And that's in the ordinance right now. That's why I wanted to clarify.
Right,
It
and
says
so-
7 in the ordinance. So
Right,
don't say more
so
than
what I
7.
voted, what I motioned on was 1 per. Now, I know we did talk about either doing a subcommittee or ex officio to add in additional people, which I don't think we didn't disagree with that, but I think coming out of the gate that we voted on 1 per district. I just want to make sure that.
And the ordinance is representative of that, and it's attached to this agenda.
Okay,
So we're
I just
not-
Well, I
wanna
think
make
that
sure
was
there was-
confusing. I'm
That's
confused
why I
on that
tried to
too.
explain it, but
Yeah,
The ordinance was noticed for June 16th, public hearing.
Public hearing is June 16th, and as I understand it, the motion currently on the table is for each council member to have a representative, to have a representative on the board. There'll be 7, 1 from each district. Is that correct?
Yes.
Motion on the floor tonight is not that, though.
That's, Watts wants more.
That is, well, that was the motion to approve. So the main motion was to approve that, 1 member for every district. It was seconded.
True, that's true.
And now there is a motion to amend that, to change it to add folks to that. I
Do
can't
we-
remember, I think you probably need to be as specific as you want to be.
Don't we have to vote on the motion?
No, we got to
before us?
amendment first.
No, we got to see if the amendment carries. So
Okay.
the amendment again is,
The amendment would be, in addition to the 7 members appointed by council, the amendment would be to also include a member representing the York County Regional Chamber of Commerce Government Relations Committee, a member representing, one member representing higher education. That would be one person from either Winthrop, York Tech, or Clinton College. And the discussion is maybe every year that person, Winthrop would be on 1 year, Clinton College next year, York Tech the next year, and they just rotate around. A member who shall be from a small business owner or operates work in agricultural operations in York County, a member representing growth partners, a member from the banking, financial, legal, insurance, and accounting services sector. So you'd have one person from those groups.
So that's
in
a total of
addition
14.
to, I think it's actually 13, but.
Okay.
So it's in addition to the 7. I actually added not what was in here, but not just a citizen from your district, but a York County, a business owner in your district in addition to. So it would be one or the other. It could be an appointee that lives in your district, or it could be a business owner in your district for the 7 council members.
is there a second on the
Second.
amendment? All right, discussion on the amendment.
I'm just solid on 1 member per district, because we came in and we gutted some boards that had 7 plus 3 or 4 ex officios.
Yeah.
We come in and we hire Mitch, and one of the first things we hear is, oh, we want to bring Mark, back to help Mitch. Now we need to put a board to help Mitch. Mark hadn't been to this chamber yet. I hadn't seen Mark, but we're supposed to be doing what we can do to help Mitch, but one board member per district. Now, if we want to say some criteria that we should consider for those board members to be appointed, yeah. But I remember the time we had 13, 15, 18 members, and we disbanded that board because it was too big, inefficient. Now we're going to start up with 13. If we need more, let's add as we go, but let's don't slam 13 people back on and then say we're going to rotate people off every year. If people are going to serve in these kind of capacities, they certainly need to be on there more than just 1 year. I think rotating off an economic development board in 1 year does nothing for that board. It's a waste of a whole year of anybody's time to get acclimated to what's going on. I don't have a reservation about putting some criterias in that kind of guide us as to what to look for in a board member. But I don't, because somebody's gonna say, well, you didn't have such and such industry represented. And I already know how these at-large positions go. The most political up here is gonna control those positions. But the most political can't tell Bump Rider who to put on that board in his district. Very few people are gonna get heavily involved in vetting these extra. It's gonna be the loudest voice in the room is gonna end up with 2 or 3 of the extra 5. It's gonna be a nightmare because we've been down that road with all these board members. Let's start with 7. If it needs to grow, it can grow. But let's don't put 13 people, 12, 13 people in the room and say we're starting the board up. I've been there, it's been a nightmare.
Yeah, and I think we're doing what you're asking. We're saying as staff, we want to reflect on the purpose and objective of this board that y'all are gonna appoint people to. And so we wanted to make sure the work of the ED committee was built into that purpose and objective, because that's changed, and there's new categories now. And y'all have all shared some of those categories tonight in previous conversations. So you'll see that in the purpose and objectives area of the ordinance that has changed. In the recommendation on the agenda item, we did say, hey, look, when you're considering who you're going to evaluate for membership, here's some things we'd like you to consider. So that's in there, and that's from staff saying, hey, these are things to think about while you appoint. You could also consider ex officio as well, or some other option, but that's up to y'all. We just want to make sure that this board is successful. and is helpful in accomplishing the goals of economic development for York County.
So, well, I think that, you know, what we walked out of the ED committee was, again, a balanced approach across. I don't have objections that we do look at additional people down the road, and I don't object to a subcommittee for that board that's put together. But I think starting off with 7, I think to me is the right approach as we go forward.
I had, if I could see putting some requirements on the type of person we choose, but my concern is, what if you can't find, or what if somebody in your district doesn't volunteer that kind of has those requirements? Yeah, I like to make sure all the boards and everybody is, you know, prepared for what they're doing and educated in what they're doing. You know, I think in theory, all of these people are, I think they would be a great benefit. I do see Bump's problem, which is how do you get people to agree on which at large? So I do kind of understand that. And I don't know, I was kind of in the back of my head thinking, well, what if we just, instead of being a citizen, what if each of one of us gets to choose somebody from just the county in general? I mean, I'm hoping we can all find somebody from our district, but to get the best person, maybe, I don't know. I'm just rambling now, sorry.
You don't have to be out of your district.
Okay, our constituents voted for us for a reason, to make wise decisions when we're representing that district. So as I've chosen other board members, I ask, you know, people that I trust, I need a person who has experience in, you know, maybe it's, I don't know, whatever it was, the tax board or what, you know, are they familiar with that? Do they know what's involved? And then they call the person that's in charge, you know, of that group, and they'll have a conversation with them. And I've had people to say, I don't want to do it. Fine, I go to the next person. That's our job, to make sure that we vet someone properly. And I think that I'm hoping that the ED committee and Mitch has enough confidence in us that they know we're going to do the right thing and pick the right person. And if that's economic development, they need to have a background, like you say, a business background. They've owned their own business or worked for a large corporation, something. We can do it. You can do it. You can find that person in your district.
When do we disband that board? Karen, do you remember which year it was?
Hasn't been disbanded.
I know, well, we haven't had it.
It wasn't disbanded, it was just not repopulated.
Well, what year was that?
Well,
Because my point was we've operated several years without it.
I saw where it said 2021 was the last time they met, but I'll be honest with you, I thought it was before
then.
COVID. It was before
then.
COVID, because I can tell you, that group was dwindling in participation.
If I'm gonna get talk.
Is this,
I don't mind
Am
to
I
speak.
gonna get
Yeah.
talk?
yes, you are. Can we,
I don't mind to speak
walked
to
all the
that.
way
I
up here.
just won't talk. How about that?
Mr. Atkins, I'm gonna let you talk as soon as I hear
I just won't
his
talk.
response to this
I
question.
won't talk.
Sure. Andy asked some questions, pointed questions. I did some research. Last minutes that were ever taken on the board from September of 2019. And essentially,
2019.
as board members rolled off, the director that was in place chose not to replace those members. Don't know
Yeah,
the rhyme or the
there's
reason.
a lot of history there.
Yeah, I don't know the rhyme or reason. I wasn't here. But
I
that was
do.
kind of the dwindling of the board and ultimately why they didn't meet.
Mr. Atkins?
Oh, I can talk.
Yes, sir, please do.
Pick whatever we can find best in each of us' district. let them do the legwork and whatever consulting that they need to do, and let it go for that. But we'll get to piling too many on there. I don't want any one-sided of any district in the county to take hold and get too top-heavy to controlling everything. I mean, that ain't right neither.
All right, so right now, the amendment is to change it to add more than 7. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any of those opposed?
No.
No. All right, back to the main motion to approve with the 7 members.
And so that we can get out of here before midnight, 'cause I gotta work, I want to make this comment. We can't be too strict as to what's the criteria to serve on an economic development board, because the criteria to sit up here is just to get votes. You don't even have to have a high school education to sit up here and make these decisions. So we can't make sure that you got to be up here to serve on a board. Let's don't forget how this works, because there should be some level of understanding before we can sit up here versus making it on the economic development board. So let's don't forget about that part, because we ain't the brightest bulbs in the county sitting up here. So we can't make it the
Speak for
brightest.
yourself. You don't say that.
We can't make it, you have to be the brightest bulb to be on the economic development. I'll just say that, because I've been up here with some people who've been smart, and I've been up here with some people who hadn't been so smart. And we trying to say that you got to be up here to serve on the board. Can't make it too high.
I didn't say.
No,
They
no,
could
no, I'm-
own, they
no,
could
I'm not
own
saying
a
that.
hot dog stand,
They're hot, yeah.
you know? I mean, they're in business. They're a small business.
I think, I'll say, as someone who sat on that committee, I do think that there's merit in having some of these discussions later. We have to start somewhere. I think if we have one member from each council member, and those folks that you pick have got to be committed to the purpose of what the board is set to do, clearly. And council needs to be, they need to be cognizant of that, and they need to choose the right people to serve in that. And then if those folks recommend, some steering committees, and I think all of these categories of folks are good people to serve on that, I think we've got to start somewhere. And we hadn't done anything since 2019. So I support the fundamental motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion. Is that a vote?
Speak up.
All
Well,
right.
if I am a bright bulb in my
All right.
field.
Tommy, you one of the brightest I've been up here with.
All right, so Madam Chair, the next item I just want to share is a presentation, so if staff would.
Is the what?
Is a quick presentation, so staff has stayed late, and so I'm thankful that y'all have stayed for this.
Quick.
And
Wait a minute, we hadn't done the ATAX. Where's that?
That's after this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the first one. So I appreciate planning staff and Jonathan and his team taking an initiative in the strategic plan and running with it, and that's what you're going to see tonight. This is a fulfillment of one of the strategic plan initiatives, and with that, I'll hand it off to y'all. But thanks for sticking around till late.
Yes, thank you, sir. So, as Josh mentioned, this is implementing one of the strategies that's in the strategic plan. This is in the Grow Responsibly goal. So, drilling down to the initiative, the task here is to publish an annual development report to track and identify emerging trends. This is something that Rock Hill has done for years. So the intent is to keep up to date on things that are happening in the county, whether they're demographics or other types of trends, specifically with development. And I just want to take a quick moment to thank a lot of the folks that contributed to this, and many folks internal to the department. We had some assist from economic development as well, but the majority of the work was done by Kimberly Vaith, who's our permit center administrator, and I liked her work so much I subjected her to a 4.5-hour council meeting. So just a couple of things to point out in the report, and I do hope you take the time to go through it. I think there's a lot of valuable information in there as you all make decisions up there to keep in mind. Some of the things that stuck out as we were putting this together is that we all know that property is increasing in value, whether you have a home or you're looking to acquire vacant land to do some sort of development. But specifically with owner-occupied homes, there's single-family developments, the median value of a home jumped about 48% in just 3 years in York County. And so it's a median, and it went from 218,000 and change to 322 and change. And that's the median, so about half the homes are more expensive, half the homes are less expensive, but a nearly 50% increase in value in 3 years is a pretty seismic shift. Just keep that in mind. Another thing we wanted to point out to you, I thought was interesting, is this is the age pyramid for York County in 2023. This is census data. And so this is fairly typical for an aging American community, but for a couple of caveats that I think you might be able to extrapolate some thoughts from. So you can see here we've got the dip is right around the young professionals. So that tells us that a lot of folks, whether they're leaving high school, they're graduating from high school, they're graduating from college, they're not sticking around because there might not be the jobs to keep them here. Whether they're entry-level jobs or they're going to move into Charlotte itself or other areas of the country, they're some degree not sticking around in the county. Interesting that the biggest bump out here is immediately after that demographic, so that doesn't really track. So, but you look down here where that dip first starts with the teenage group into the younger children. You can see there might be some correlation there. So a lot of the folks that are moving into the county are folks that have kids that fall in that demographic. I think we're seeing that play out in the Fort Mill School District, the Clover School District. So that has a lot of impact on what the shape of this pyramid is. And just for the long term, that tells you as that bigger group in their 40s starts to age out, York County's median age is going to continue to increase based on these trends. So the need for senior housing is only going to continue to increase. Some takeaways there. Here's some of the data that's included for our permitting. So you can see permitting through the county, and this I should have mentioned at the start, that this development report is for fiscal year 23-24. We wanted to get going and implementing the strategic plan, and this was the data that's available. So you'll actually be getting this same report again for fiscal year 24-25 in just a couple of months. So just be on the lookout for that. So the permits issued in the last 5 years, a little bit of a drop off in 23-24, but within the same realm of prior years. Plan review has started to drop off a little bit in 23-24. Dwelling permits that were issued in the last 5 years. So you can see the vast majority of what the county issues in terms of new dwellings is single-family development, and townhomes have really fallen off the map. And multifamily, so your apartments and condos, essentially is zero. So that housing mix is not really present during the last 5 years. Non-residential permits have stayed within a relative ballpark, a little bit of a dip in 23-24. So those are some of the trends that we wanted to point out to you in that development report. But again, there is more data, all interesting stuff in there. We encourage you to take the time to look through it.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good information. And looking forward to doing this every year. I appreciate y'all setting that up. Item number 2, council to consider the Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee recommendations for fiscal year 26, funding in the total amount of $713,750. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, so the motion is to approve as recommended, I assume?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Any discussion? Nobody's got any discussion?
Nope.
I want to reiterate one thing, and I'm going to say it again. I'm very proud of the county and how we do funding. I certainly support this. I think this revenue is generated solely outside at the incorporated areas, and yet it's being used to go in the right places to help everybody and to help our municipalities throughout our county. And that's something I'm proud of, and I hope that we finally get that communications folks and get that information out, because that's what makes me proud to serve and do the things we do. I think we try really hard to look out for the whole county. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Committee and other reports, Finance and Operations Committee, Chairman Tom Audette.
Yeah, tonight we met at 5:30 tonight for the meeting. We had present Councilman Romney and Councilman Atkins. I'm sorry, I had my hand, Romney. I had my hand over my mouth. Sorry about that, brother. All right, and it was at 5:30 tonight, and we went over several different items. Bethel Lake Wiley Acquisition and Preservation Park District, we nominated Winston Martinez for that position. There were several allocations for District 3 for allocations of discretionary funds. First of all, York County Fall Livestock Show for $4,000, Hickory Grove Volunteer Fire Department for $4,169, Sharon Volunteer Fire Department for $331, Great Ministry, Great Thing Ministry for the amount of $1,500. In District 4, we had an allocation of Great York County Top Ladies of Distinction for $2,500. In the meantime, in the amount of $1,200, Camp Keenan for District 6 for $2,000, and then the rest of these are mainly for District 6. Next one, Family Promise of York County for $2,000, Pathway for $2,500, Feed the Hungry for $2,250, Mex Abilities for $1,750, Safe Passage for $2,500, Bethel Shelter for $2,500, Life House for $2,500, Catawba Area Coalition of the Homeless, for $2,000. In District 7, we had Christ Basket of Blessings. That one was withdrawn on a previous request. And then we have three more. District 7 4-H for $2,000. District 7 Safe Passage for $1,000. District 7 for $1,000 to Keystone. We also reviewed the requests for local vendor preference. We're doing some final review on that, and in our next meeting, we'll come back with our final recommendations, and then we'll take a vote and move that on to the county council. We did a financial update also, and that was it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We do not have any citizen concerns. Do we have any council member new non-agenda comments?
Yeah,
Well, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Atkins
I'm sorry.
has been getting my attention. Mr.
Yeah,
Atkins.
go ahead.
Yeah, let's see, the York Comprehensive High School Lady Cougar softball team ended their season 25-5 as South Carolina 4A runner-ups, and I wanted to congratulate the Lady Cougars on the hard-fought season. And we lost a great advocate for the Western York County this past week, and he was a school board member, Chris Revels, who passed away and went to meet the Lord. Just be remembering his family.
Thank you, sir. Want to come down the line? Do y'all have anything?
Yeah, I do want to make a request out for my friend Paul Anico. He did pass away, and he was a great man of Rock Hill, and so I just want to pass that along.
Anyone else?
I'll just say, thank you to all of us sitting up here, everybody who voted for the budget, who didn't vote for the budget. I think we headed in the right direction with York County, and we do have to do a better job of letting the community know what all we're doing, because we do a lot of great things throughout this county, and for years, we need to really get our story out of all the different avenues of what we're doing, how we're doing it, because we do more than just what you see up here on Monday night. It's so much more that goes on through all of our departments, and I think it's a missed opportunity when we don't put that story out on a bigger platform or a bigger stage. We don't always have to wait for it to be reported in the news media. We got a good team. We just need to push our team to do more publicly about what we're doing for our citizens and the opportunities that's here in York County. So thank you, everybody.
Anyone else? I'll say, budget times are always really difficult and it's tough. I want to say thank you to Josh, and to all of the management team for all of the work that you put into this. And it is always a give and take, and I appreciate the cordiality of the colleagues that I stood up here with. You know, it can be difficult, but I appreciate the people that I'm serving with, and I'm very thankful to staff and to our new manager, I don't think we can say
He
new
ain't new
anymore.
no more.
It's been a year.
Broke him in.
Thank you for that. I do want to let council know about one thing that I think is going to come up, and that I'm going to be requesting some support for, and this is something that our manager has been made aware of. Apparently, I don't know if any of you have had these calls. I get them all the time. When you have third-party contractors who go out using the encroachment, getting encroachment permits or using the right-of-way easements, especially for SCDOT right-of-way, I've been getting a lot of problems with the, apparently that is ramping up. It's resulting in, apparently the other day there were, how many? 17, or in one day, gas leaks where they're not either looking to locate and it's causing a safety issue. And I know that everybody's looking into that about, is there a standardized way that we can approach this? Apparently, some municipalities have figured out a plan where they're actually sticking them with pretty hefty fines and they're paying them, and it's slowing down that problem. Obviously, we want to be cognizant of that, but I at least wanted to let y'all know about that to the extent that there's something that shows up on the next agenda to talk through that. And I also think that, I mean, I even had one resident who they went and started working in a graveyard, a cemetery of a church. And so that we've got to figure out a way to work cooperatively, and I'm hoping that the county can help standardize that, similar to what we've done with some of the sheriff's ordinances.
Yeah, and we're looking at it, and we're engaging with our stakeholders, and we're gonna have a meeting with them this week. I think one thing to think about, and I thought maybe this is where you were going, Madam Chair, was potentially assigning this to the Public Works Committee, because that's an option too, but happy to talk more about it at a later meeting.
If we need to, this is something that's ramped up and has a pretty short fuse on it. It's an emergency issue. I mean, I don't know if we have to do that, fine. I mean, if there's something quicker that can come about that you want us to consider, I think we'll also, you know, I don't know how far along talks are going, but the communications I'm getting are that they're very concerned right now.
They're very preliminary, and at this moment, we really need to investigate how it impacts countywide, because a lot of the examples have been presented on a municipal basis, which are much smaller scale, and they also have other avenues that they impact this through with business licenses. So when we look at it with a county perspective, it may need to be a committee recommendation because it is a county-wide issue. So there's so many avenues to go down, we're really gonna have to look at how we approach it. But agreed, it is a public safety issue, and our emergency management office actually responded to some of those last week as well. So we're continuing to work with those partners.
I don't want to, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that this, I get a lot of calls on this. Can we set up some type of war room? I mean, literally, like a one-stop shop for everybody, anybody in the county can, because that's been the biggest complaint. They don't know who to go to. When I talked to Piedmont Natural Gas about it, I made that suggestion, but you've got water getting cut, you've got natural gas getting impacted. So if we had a one-stop, one-number place where they could go, I think at least to leave a message that we could all work together, I think that would be important.
We're actively looking at this, and we're willing to talk about it further at a later date, but we've got to engage with these folks as well to better understand what they're sharing.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, is it imperative that we have executive session tonight? Are there pressing issues we have to cover?
My understanding is every time it's put on here, we have to deal with it, so I don't know that we could dispense with it, but I think we should make the motion and go in there and find out how long we have to be, and then we can come right back out.
All right.
Well, our next meeting should be really short since we got all this budget and all this other stuff on there.
All right.
All right.
Bump's gotta go.
Do we have a
I'll go
motion? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do the motion. Receipt of legal advice, legal matter, litigation update, contractual matter, outside counsel conflict waiver, receipt of legal advice, contractual matter, project universal, contractual matter, recreation tax, IGA, receipt of legal advice, contractual matter, interstate exchanges.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. We'll go into executive session. We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have any motions?
We do have two motions. Motion number one is to waive any conflict for Borough Foreman in order for its attorneys to represent the company for Project Elevate in negotiations with the county.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
The second motion is to authorize the county manager to formally terminate any and all outstanding IGAs with the municipalities regarding allocation of rec tax funding now that the York County Recreation Tax District has been abolished.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed.
Motion carries
Good
5-2. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.